Chapter 1513. The Stygian monarch and Shen Mengtian have arrived at the Broken God Cliff. Everyone else was waiting for the others to come. Is Li Qia here? Shen Mengtian loomed over the world after arriving. What's the hurry? I'm right here now. Li Qia's lazy voice came about. Boom! Before he even showed up, 13 palaces rushed to the sky and became incomparably large to suppress the entire heaven spirit world. At this moment, everyone had an absurd feeling that their world has become a prison while the warden was Li Qia. Each gigantic palace acted as their own fortress at this moment with brimming golden brilliance. Figures emerged within as these strands of light were woven together. They looked just like deities. Boom! Li Qia has finally appeared riding the Tetrawar bronze chariot. Rawr! A large qilin pulled the chariot with wondrous speed. Ew! A white tiger was maintaining the rear. A true dragon circled on the right side while issuing its cry followed by a mighty phoenix hymn. The bird was on the left to protect the Grand Dao. Su Yonghuang personally acted as the driver for Li Qia this time while holding the reins. Despite being his master in name, she was willing to take up this role for him. Bang! The palaces began to rotate. Some deities inside were prostrating on the other ground while others slowly raised both hands to the sky. One golden path stretched from their hands. In the blink of an eye, this supreme path spanned from the ocean all the way to the Broken God Cliff. The chariot crushed through space while traveling on this path. Before this pathway powered by the deities, the lords of this world kneeled in fear, not daring to move an inch. At this time, his prestige subjected the world to an immense pressure. Despite his ordinary appearance and a lack of invincible aura, his 13 palaces have already represented everything. He was the master of the 9 worlds, the tyrant of the myriad ages, an existence above the deities and emperors. The myriad Dao and the yin and yang must prostrate before him. This scene shocked all of heaven's spirit. Both ancestors that have been sealed for millions of years and untouchable monsters were completely speechless. Under such a grandiose mobilization, people couldn't help feeling a sense of reverence as if they were greeting an immortal emperor. Such sincere respect came from the bottom of the heart and mind. A man should aspire to be like that, to exceed the ages and become the master of the 9 worlds. Many felt their blood boiling with heroism and wanted nothing more than to join Li Qia's banner, ready to contribute to his cause. No wonder why he is so overbearing and treats others with disdain. Look at those palaces. Just this achievement alone is peerless in history. An old undying was stunned before the suppressing palaces. That's him, it's really him. Meanwhile, even a character like the hallowed ancestor was aghast. He had taught 2 sea gods and proudly walked over the 9 worlds before. However, his legs turned weak at this moment with the urge to kneel and a non-dissipating sense of admiration in his heart. For him, this wasn't shameful at all. Fear was normal to face such an existence. This was someone who has slaughtered immortal emperors before. He was not even an ant compared to the being moving in his gaze. Even kneeling before Li Qia wasn't embarrassing at all. The mythical chariot, Tetrawar. That's him for sure. After a long time, emotions still overwhelmed Hallowed. Despite being called a cliff, it wasn't in front of a mountain or inside the ocean. It was part of the sky. For 1,000,000 miles of this expanse were stony debris. The small ones were the size of a finger while the large was as big as an island. At the center of this vast area was a huge cliff. It has been severed horizontally and shattered. One could only imagine how large it was before being destroyed. Judging by the inflicted damage, the rubble floating around in the sky all fell down from this cliff. There were also broken remnant Dao laws around. Some were more intact than the others. A few were still connected. This was known as the largest battlefield of heaven's spirit. Its origin was unknown. Rumor has it that all supreme battles in this world would take place here. This was the reason why it was so broken. But strange enough, it never collapsed completely even after each great battle. After arriving at the cliff, Li Qia sat above everyone and glanced at Shen Mengtian and Stygian. Such fanfare. Stygian coldly uttered. Both Shen Mengtian and his expression darkened after seeing a junior putting up an act before them. Especially the 13 palaces sealing all of heaven's spirit. The monarch has fought all over the 9 worlds before. However, his display was one step below this junior today. It made him feel very uncomfortable. So what? Li Qia's eyes darted downward at the monarch. If you want to act cool, then go ahead and show off your 13 palaces. I'm afraid you can't even if you wanted to. Such retort left the monarch furious without a response. At this moment, so many heavenly mirrors were pointed at the cliff. Many great powers and imperial lineages were watching. The disciples from these sects greatly enjoyed Li Qiye's retort. These invincible existences have always been imperious, but now, they have been slapped by a junior. How could the younger ones not feel good about it? Whoosh! The ancestral terra at the Jade Sea was now filled with light. A branch stretched out infinitely from there. There was a leaf growing on this branch of an unfathomable size, as if it was a great square with a legion on top. This legion also numbered in the 10,000s. Each of the members was full of life. It gave the feeling that they were trees themselves, and the square was a great forest. A fresh air flowed everywhere with majestic life force, allowing others to be brimming with vitality. The legion protected an old man. He was quite thin with a youthful face despite his gray hair. He wore a feathered robe with several leaves scattered around his body. He seemed like an old immortal due to his rich life force. The majestic vitality of the experts seemed to be attracted to his body. However, it wasn't that he was borrowing their vitality, but they were the one growing on him. Creek Bamboo Immortal. Even the experts from the last generation were very respectful towards him. This was the oldest and most cryptic ancestor from the ancestral terra. Few knew about his stories, but 2 tree fathers from this sect actually came from his branch. Just this achievement alone was earth-shattering enough. Li Qiye glanced dismissively at him and said, "2 more who aren't here yet. Excuse my tardiness." An old man took 1 step across the world and instantly arrived at the cliff. He didn't come alone since he had another old man beside him. This friend's body has turned into wood with his face covered in barks. He looked just like a withered tree. There was nothing special about him, completely inconspicuous and unmemorable. Let me introduce someone. This is fellow Taoist dried tree whom I invited to join us today. Dual Child slowly said. Shen Mengtian, Stygian, and even Creek Bamboo nodded their head as a form of greeting. Creek Bamboo had to say, "I didn't expect fellow Taoist dried tree to come out as well. How could I miss such a fun occasion? Plus, brother Dual Child invited me as well." The old man named Dried Tree smiled and said. Chapter 15:14. No one could tell how this ordinary old man called fellow Taoist Dried Tree was special at all. However, to be considered a fellow Taoist by someone like Creek Bamboo meant that he was extraordinary. However, he was truly too normal-looking. Many great powers watching from their mirror couldn't figure out his identity at all despite concerted effort. Dried Tree Divine Ancestor. Finally, the oldest ancestor from an imperial lineage exclaimed, "Who is that?" The juniors quickly asked. "An invincible character from my generation." The ancestor said, "Rumor has it that he is a withered ancestral tree coming back to life and has the previous memories of the tree father." After hearing this, the juniors gasped. One of them asked, "Isn't that the same as a tree father coming back to life?" "It's just a rumor, who knows?" The ancestor murmured, "It's a pity that he was only 1 step away from being a tree father back in my time. I don't know why he failed in the end though." Eventually, more ancestors recognized him through the heavenly mirrors. They naturally became shocked. Dual Child was indeed amazing with many connections. In just a short period, he was able to drag out another heavyweight. Like he has said in the past towards Li Qiye, if he were to become Li Qiye's Tao protector, he would offer him other advantages in the form of resources and connections. It looked like he wasn't only boasting today. However, it wasn't too strange. After all, he was a child between an emperor and a tree mother. Due to his prestigious background, the unstoppable era evaders from that age probably had some relationships with him. Still missing one. Li Qiye still didn't care on his throne. He didn't even bother looking at Dried Tree. Dried Tree's eyes turned cold from this aloof act with glittering starlights. They illuminated the entire world. However, he quickly converged them and assumed his calm demeanor afterwards. Boom! After Li Qiye finished speaking, a wave rushed to the 9 heavens. A gigantic ship entered the vast sea and set off a vast tsunami. This was the Roaring Conch. It traveled through the sea just like a large drifting continent. One person stepped out to the deck. It was Ling Fengyun. Each of his step was an entire world or an ocean. His pace was so leisure, just like a stroll. It didn't look like he was entering a battle at all. The winds and clouds moved with his step. The world was shocked. The sun and moon made way for him while the stars tilted. Everyone could feel Heaven's spirit shaking as he walked towards the broken god cliff. He didn't seem to be moving. The broken god cliff was moving towards him instead. This illusion made many experts watching him dizzy and didn't dare to look any further. Ling Fengyun is too strong. One ancestor was convinced by his strength. Just his step alone was enough to daze many people, causing some to fall flat on the ground. Once he actually took action, wouldn't he be able to slaughter everyone instantly? The roaring conch was following right behind him. It wasn't only capable of floating in the ocean but could fly freely as well. Its monstrous size didn't hinder its crazy speed at all. If it was considered a flying treasure, it would be among the top 10 in terms of speed in all of Heaven's spirit. Once Fengyun made it to the cliff, the conch finally stopped with some distance in between to watch. The conch wants to let everyone in the world know their position and that Ling Fengyun is their backing. This is another attempt to establish their prestige. The older generation naturally understood why the roaring conch also came. After all, the death of the conch overlord was a great blow to their sect. They must do something about their reputation or many great powers would start to covet and even divide their territories. The world became quiet with Fengyun's arrival. In a jiffy, the 6 invincible existences formed a pincer to surround Li Qie. Shenming Tian, Stygian monarch, imperial dual child, dried tree divine ancestor, creek bamboo immortal and Ling Fengyun. The 6 of them circled around the cliff like deities. They resembled uncrossable demonic mountains or unsurpassable lightning ponds. Countless cultivators held their breath in Heaven's spirit. Everyone understood that regardless of the victor, the direction and fate of Heaven's spirit would be changed completely. Another group was hiding right outside of the cliff. These faint figures were hiding all of their auras and blood energy. The experts capable of watching in person were the real deal. Only a personal viewing would be fruitful for this great battle. This was the way to understand each technique's power and the slight transformations. Of course, they were the strongest characters in Heaven's spirit. God King was only the entry level in this place. In order to truly feel the profundity of this battle and learn from it, one needed to be an apex God King at the very least. Before reaching this level, it was impossible to learn just from watching the fight. Of course, the cultivators below this level wouldn't even be able to see the attacks themselves, let alone understanding the little intricacies. Most dust-laden ancestors wouldn't come out so easily, but a battle of this level was exceedingly rare. A few of them couldn't help coming out to watch in person. On top of the cliff, the combatants' gaze was fixated on Li Qie. Despite not attacking just yet, just their glares were frightening enough with supreme pressure. Anyone else would have pissed in their pants being the target of so many masters. However, Li Qie was still nonchalant as ever on his chariot and continued to look at the clouds. The only sounds left in Heaven's spirit were heartbeats. Even the winds, waves, and time itself seemed to have stopped. Young man, one can't help but admire your courage. At the very least, when I was young like you, I wasn't so domineering. Ling Fengyun commented while staring at Li Qie. This is not courage. Li Qie casually responded. In my eyes, all of you are no different from dead men. Why should I be afraid of some small potatoes? His opponents certainly didn't like this comment. Murderous intents rose from their eyes. The experts watching from the mirror could only smile wryly. It was not like he has only started this arrogant act recently. Those who knew him understood that this was his style regardless of who he was facing. Ling Fengyun actually laughed in response without becoming angry. Impressive, the future generation will surpass us. You can't be blamed for being so arrogant due to your achievements in spite of your age. Unfortunately, you are only missing a bit of finesse and wisdom. A wise person would have chosen differently. Li Qie chuckled in response. I actually want to hear what kind of choice a wise person would make instead. Fengyun looked at him and replied, in all of history, you might be the only one who has cultivated 13 palaces. If you could have avoided today, the throne is certainly yours for the taking. I am someone who can appreciate talents and have no ill wills towards you. However, you have killed people from the roaring conch, so you should have given them a reasonable answer. Li Qie smiled. Is that so? Sounds like you are willing to make peace. Fengyun responded. Not to that level. However, seeing your supreme achievements and domineering courage truly moved me. It is a shame that such a peerless genius will have to fall today. A person like you should become an emperor for Heaven's spirit instead of dying like this. Such shift of attitude caught everyone off guard, especially the experts sitting in front of their mirrors. Chapter 15:15. The crowd was surprised to see this. Everyone knew that Ling Fengyun was here for the roaring conch, seeking vengeance for the dead conch overlord. However, he was actually putting in good words for Li Qiye with a more pacifistic inching. It took everyone by surprise. He ought to do this. One old ancestor agreed with his view and nodded. The 13 palaces is one and only in history. Heaven's spirit should work together to groom a talent like Li Qiye so he could become an emperor, the best of all time. At that point, those who help him will become meritorious heroes and the myriad races in the 9 worlds will come to Heaven's spirit offering their tributes. In fact, many insightful ancestors and big shots agreed with Fengyun and felt that taking down Li Qiye would be too regrettable. Is this your personal opinion or are you representing everyone here? Li Qiye became greatly amused and smiled. Fengyun looked at him and slowly elaborated. If you are willing to take a step back, I can deliberate with everyone here. And as for your feud with the roaring conch, I can be the arbitrator as well. You just need to confess your crimes and sincerely apologize and everything shall be dropped. Fengyun is indeed a wise character, to be so benevolent. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Many couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. If Brother Fengyun wishes for a truce, it isn't hard either. Shen Mengtian stared at Li Qiye for a long time before adding, I can also let go of this feud but there needs to be a deal. Dual Child joined in. No animosity lasts forever in this world. Creek Bamboo finally spoke. It just depends on whether you are willing or not. In an instant, the tense atmosphere that could erupt at any moment eased down due to Ling Fengyun's change of attitude. I hope they don't fight. Someone clenched their fist and said, if Heaven's spirit could have solidarity with 6 invincible characters protecting Li Qiye, he will definitely be unstoppable in the 9 worlds. Who will be able to compete against him? Thus, many hoped for a peaceful outcome between the 2 sides since it would be very beneficial for Heaven's spirit. What's the condition? Li Qiye was not anxious at all in his response. The reincarnation 9 leaves. Dried Tree took the initiative before the others. As long as you hand over the grass, everything is negotiable. The others glanced at each other and didn't speak just yet. So you want the grass? Li Qiye leisurely said. This is a supreme immortal medicine. With it, one would have the chance to reincarnate with their previous memories. So many people have coveted this item throughout history. Even emperors want to keep it around as a backup plan for the future. What? This grass can actually do that? Those who didn't know about the medicine was shocked. In Godhalt, everyone knew that it was an immortal medicine. Some even thought that it would grant eternal life but no one knew the exact details until now. Who wouldn't want to be reborn again? Even the most stoic ancestor swallowed their saliva with greed. There was indeed a chance at rebirth with the reincarnation 9 leaves. One leaf had a 20% chance of success. However, the outcome was not always the same. The chance of keeping one's memories was even lower than a regular reincarnation. For other experts, this gamble might be worth it, but an emperor wouldn't necessarily want to place everything on such a low probability. In fact, Shen Mingtian and the Stygian monarch were gulping after hearing this and were clearly tempted. This wasn't strange at all. All of them outside of Ling Fengyun had a withering lifespan. Moreover, they have prolonged it many times in the past so that was no longer an option. They had 2 choices at this moment. Either wait for death or to take a chance in eating the grass. In their eyes, nothing was more tempting than a rebirth. Even if it was only 20% chance, they would still take it. Fengyun, on the other hand, was the youngest and full of vitality. Because of this, he was the only one who didn't need the 9 leaves. There is only one. How will you all divide it? Li Qiye chuckled and stared at the group. The group reached a consensus in a short time. Of course, outsiders didn't know their agreements. None of your business. Shen Mengtian said. Just hand over the grass and everything is negotiable. We might not even hurt you at all. The spectators using their mirror became anxious. Some started to see the dawn, a chance for this storm to end. Then there must be other conditions? Li Qiye wasn't surprised at all. The group glanced at each other and Fengyun began. Gentlemen, if you don't mind, I can act as the mediator. As long as Li Qiye hand the grass over, everyone won't need to make it difficult for him. He just needs to make a small compensation instead. That's Ling Fengyun for you, worthy of his fame as a hero. He is so much more benevolent compared to others and really loves talents. A few older characters praised him right away. The discerning crowd could see that though the other 5 claimed to be here for revenge, their true goal was most likely the 9 leaves. Unlike the others, Ling Fengyun didn't need the 9 leaves at his age. To a large extent, he was here to pay off his life debt to the Roaring Conch. In a short time, the parties became quiet. Peace was indeed possible for them since their ultimate goal was the 9 leaves. Obtaining justice for their juniors came after. Of course, they would be glad to teach Li Qia a lesson as well. However, Fengyun's change of attitude as the mediator forced them to give him some face. They might be more powerful than him, but he was too young and vigorous. Thus, sensibilities were the right course of action. Alas, they found it hard to accept if it was only a light punishment. After all, letting Li Qia off easy would be damaging towards their prestige as well as their sex position. Eventually, the 5 of them came to a tacit understanding after glancing at each other for a bit. We don't need to pursue this any further. In the end, Stygian said, outside of the 9 leaves, Li Qia need to hand over the method to cultivate the 13 palaces. With that, all past feuds will be wiped out. I have no objection to this. Shen Mengtian smiled. I can also accept this. Creek Bamboo nodded. Dual Child and Dried Tree agreed as well. Their purpose in the beginning was the leave since they had no enmity against Li Qia. Why would they say no for a chance of obtaining 13 palaces? Everyone held their breath before their mirror and felt that this was impossible. The 13 palaces was a unique achievement. Li Qia has broken all common sense to be the first in history with 13. Just think about it. This was a merit law capable of creating 13 palaces. Just how precious was it? It was even above immortal physique laws. Perhaps all the laws in this world weren't as valuable as this one. No one would surrender such a method due to its immeasurable value. Li Qia won't agree for sure. Experts who have seen him several times before murmured, a fierce person like him would never submit or make compromises, let alone handing over something so precious. Chapter 15-16. Heaven's spirit was quiet before these conditions. They waited patiently for Li Qia to answer and what choice he would make. Li Qia was still sitting up above. A moment later, he couldn't help smiling. Hand over the 9 leaves and the method for 13 palaces? A thick smirk appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist Li, this is worth considering. Fengyun said, take one step back and bask in the immensity of the world. The Grand Tao is long with softness and hardness coexisting. Flexibility is the only way to reach the end. Fengyun has called him fellow Taoist at this point. It showed his high regards towards Li Qia. If you are sincerely trying to help me, I can only say that I appreciate it. Li Qia answered with a smile. However, all of you aren't clear on the situation. The advantage lies on my side. I am in complete control, so the one who should be spouting conditions is me, not you. I don't see your advantage anywhere. Dried Tree uttered coldly. It's not your fault. Li Qia said leisurely. After all, you are limited to a narrow view. How could you see the immensity of the world as frogs under the well? You. The group was enraged instantly after being showed such disdain. Though they had great self-restraint, they still had their pride for being the strongest in the 9 worlds. Who wouldn't give them some respect? Plus, the 6 of them together could make all of heaven's spirit tremble. Now, a junior like Li Qia treated them with contempt as if they were worthless. It was difficult for them to remain calm. As the saying goes, even a clay Buddha would become angry at times. Fellow Taoist Li, an opportunity will never come back if you fail to seize it the first time. Fengyun noticed his arrogance and said, you are indeed strong enough, but even if you have the advantages today, I don't think you will be able to escape. Think carefully instead of following your emotion. To which Li Qia responded, I have always acted in a cautious manner, never clouded by emotions. But if you want me to make a choice, I will also give you a choice. Having said that, he stared at Fengyun and said, you are a rare talent. If you submit and work for me, I will teach you a thing or two. It will be a lifetime of benefit. He then glanced towards the others. As for the rest of you, there is no value to be found here. Too old with withered lifespan, only a bunch of people who are about to die. In terms of strength, not even at the Emperor Assailant level, completely useless. But I am a merciful person. Kill yourselves now and I shall spare your descendants and sections. Otherwise, I shall crush them as well. Jaws dropped to the ground before the heavenly mirrors. The world knew of Li Qia's unbridled aggressiveness, but now, he wanted Feng Yun to submit and for the other 5 to commit suicide lest their sex face destruction? There were no words to describe this imperious showing. If it wasn't for his previous illustrious exploits, others would consider him unbeatable right now, with regards to boasting. Alas, those who have seen him in action didn't feel this way at all. If this statement didn't stem from arrogance and ignorance, just what kind of killer moves did he have up his sleeve to deal with these 6 invincible existences? People couldn't help but muse carefully. They couldn't imagine such a situation where he could kill all 6. But judging by his demeanor, it was as if he was completely confident in carrying out this simple task. Confusion was up in the air. No one knew what was left in his arsenal. Is he an emperor? Someone murmured. Of course, they all knew that this was impossible because they would be aware if he has turned into one. Ha ha ha. Dual Child burst out in laughter at this moment. Crushing our sects? Is this a threat? He laughed boisterously and didn't care at all because his sects have already declined. Both his father's imperial lineage and his tree mother's sect have deteriorated. In fact, he didn't care for them either since his focus was on himself and life prolongment. He never gave a damn about the welfare of these sections. Go ahead and make your threats after you leave this place alive, that is. Dried Tree sneered. Just like Dual Child, Dried Tree didn't give a damn. Despite rumors of him being a tree father reborn, his sect has been dead long ago, so this wasn't a threat to him. In this place, only Shanmeng Tian, Creek Bamboo, and the Stygian monarch still had sections. Ling Fengyun himself wasn't from the Roaring Conch. Destroy my sect? Creek Bamboo sneered. Just with you? Far from being qualified to say so. He said it with great confidence. His ancestral Terra had 3 ancestral trees and was considered one of the strongest lineages in Heaven's spirit. It was also known as an impregnable location. Even emperors couldn't break through it. Just think about it. 1 ancestral tree was already strong enough. Now imagine 3. Only the Terra can't reach the apex. Nothing hard about destroying it. Li Qie smirked in response. Creek Bamboo's expression turned ugly. If he was younger, he would have pointed at Li Qie and cursed. However, he was able to stay calm at his age and simply glared at him. Feng Yun simply sighed softly. He truly wanted to protect Li Qie, but his attitude was all too clear. There was no room for negotiation, only a fight to the death in this situation. Anyone can brag. Dried Tree replied coldly. Li Qie, our patience is limited. Hand over the 9 leaves or we'll let you taste a fate worse than death. Dried Tree has lost his patience. He was different from the others who also wanted the method for the 13 palaces. His goal was much simpler. Just the 9 leaves. Outside of not being able to say no to Dual Child, he needed the 9 leaves as well. He actually wanted to seize the item alone with Dual Child. On the other hand, Shenmeng Tian, Creek Bamboo, and Stygian had their own plans and calculations, some for the benefits of their sections. However, Dried Tree and Dual Child could be considered as being unrestrained. They could pay any price for the 9 leaves, including ambushing the others in order to monopolize the treasure. You alone first or everyone together? Li Qie stared at the impatient man and smiled. This dismissive attitude further enraged Dried Tree since he was a character who deterred the world before. Junior, you are strong indeed, but if you think you can take all 6 of us alone, you think too highly of yourself. Dried Tree sneered. I alone am enough to teach you a lesson and show you the immensity of the heaven and earth. He knew Li Qie was powerful, but he was also confident in his own strength. Even if he couldn't kill this junior, he could still fight him for several thousand moves. Teach me a lesson. Li Qie heard his foe's aggressive reply and said, You are only a leaf growing out of the dried tree. Do you actually think you are a reincarnated tree father? With your shallow abilities, not to mention teach me a lesson, you won't be able to last 1 move. 1 move? Dried Tree was slightly stunned. He thought he has misheard the guy. Chapter 15-17. Yes, just 1 move to end you. Li Qie chuckled and slowly reached out with 1 finger. Dried Tree heard it clearly this time and was stunned to see the incoming finger strike. The rest of the group was astounded as well. Even invincible characters like them were slack-jawed and thought they had misheard him. However, they understood that this was no mistake since Li Qie has indeed raised his finger. It was indeed 1 move. Impossible. Both the experts watching from their mirrors and the masters actually present by the cliff blurted out after confirming Li Qia's intention. They simply refused to accept that he was going to use one move against divine ancestor Dried Tree. This must be a daydream. Maybe it was possible for an emperor, but definitely not a junior like Li Qia. Dried Tree thought he was insane and reiterated. You are certain that you can slay me with one move? Yes, just one to kill you. Li Qia firmly answered with a carefree smile. One more confirmation let the crowd know that Li Qia was serious. Shortly after, the world was void of sound. Even his opponents were completely speechless since they shared the same sentiments as the spectators. However, Li Qia seemed so sure of himself. Ha ha ha. Dried Tree was livid and laughed. One move to kill me? Ha ha ha, this is the most arrogant thing I've ever heard in my life. Who do you think you are? Killing me with one move. He went insane from anger and wanted nothing more than to annihilate this foe before him. He could restrain the disdainful act from Li Qia earlier since he had to maintain his style as a master. There was no need to be picky towards a junior or it would harm his image. But now, his fury ran wild. Remember that he was considered an emperor assailant, one of the strongest characters in Heaven's spirit. However, a junior just claimed that he could beat him in just one move. Being treated like an ant by a junior. This was beyond his tolerance. Thus, laughing was the only response he had from being too furious. I am Li Qia who will kill you in one move. I hope you can remember my name before death. Li Qia nonchalantly smiled. These words came easily, but no other statement could be more domineering and shocking. Dried Tree stopped laughing because he realized that Li Qia wasn't joking around. The rest of the group was stirred as well. Could Li Qia really take down Dried Tree in just one move? He coldly uttered, Junior, no one can do so outside of immortal emperors, and it has to be a move empowered by the heavens' will. That might be able to take me down in one move. Even their ordinary attacks can't do so. It wasn't an unreasonable statement because even if he wasn't a real emperor assailant, a casual attack from an emperor shouldn't be able to take him down. In fact, the people present weren't real assailants. At the very least, their cultivation and personal strength weren't at this level. For example, Dried Tree was quite powerful, but he had some fatal flaws. This was the reason why he couldn't become a tree father. As for Stygian, if he used his progenitor's weapon, he could fight against an emperor for 1 to 200 moves. However, his own abilities alone wouldn't allow him to do so at all. Ling Fengyun was the most powerful here. His cultivation was at the legendary God King level. Alas, his Grand Dao was imperfect and incomplete. This was his weakness. Nevertheless, rumor has it that he didn't borrow any external power and still fought against immortal Emperor Hao Hai for several hundred moves. Thus, his power was widely recognized. Outsiders might think that Stygian and his group were emperor assailants, but the Real Masters looked down on their title. In their eyes, Stygian's group was not qualified to be considered assailants. Ling Fengyun was the only exception. Even if he was a bit weaker than real assailants, he came from a small sect and reached his current level with his own unyielding determination. Thus, the Real Masters recognized his achievements. All in all, even if Dried Tree wasn't a real assailant, he simply didn't believe that Li Qia could take him down in one move since even emperors couldn't do so. You only have the power of a 9 worlds God King. Yet you think you're a real assailant? Li Qia chuckled and lightly said, even with the Tree Father seal from birth that empowers you, allowing you to be a little stronger than an ordinary 9 worlds God King, you're still only a 9 worlds God King. Since you're not even a legendary God King, one move is more than enough. What's a legendary God King? Many juniors have never heard of this title before, so they had to ask their ancestors. A peak God King. The oldest ancestor of a sect put on a solemn expression. Legend states that this is the real realm to be an emperor assailant. People do say that long ago, Ling Fengyun became a legendary God King. Who knows if this is true or not? Dried Tree shouted. Even if I'm not a legendary God King, I can still take you on. Dried Tree didn't know where to put his old face after Li Qia revealed his background. For people of their level, being called an emperor assailant was a supreme glory. Everyone in the world knew that immortal emperors were untouchable. Being able to assail one was a great achievement. Even losing to them after a confrontation was prestigious. This was enough for the world to sing praises about them for a generation. Although he has never fought with an emperor before, this title gave him glee and glory. However, This source of pride of his was trampled upon by Li Qia's spiel. How could he not become angry? Come, one move. Li Qia ignored his face and casually smiled. Good, good. I want to see how you will kill me in one move. Dried Tree laughed maniacally. However, before he went out to fight, Dual Child immediately pulled him back. Brother, wait or you'll fall for his little trap. You think too highly of yourselves. There's no need for me to resort to traps to deal with your group. Li Qia countered with a grin. Dual Child was still calm and stared at Li Qia. Li Qia, do you dare to make a bet? What if you can't kill Brother Dried Tree? Dried Tree immediately regained his wits after being stopped by Dual Child. He sneered and said, That's right. Junior, what will you do? Looks like you want to be tricky. Li Qia smiled. Don't you want the 9 leaves? Fine, if I can't kill you in one move, the leaves shall be yours. Dried Tree loudly emphasized. Really now? Li Qia's opponents couldn't believe it. They didn't think he could kill Dried Tree at all, so they had no problem letting him try. Plus, this was a chance for them to use Dried Tree in order to see Li Qia's real killing moves. I will do as I say. Li Qia chuckled. Don't worry. If I can't kill you, not just one leaf but the entire thing will be yours. Everyone was slightly moved, including Dual Child since he was also here for the leaves. He even wanted to participate in this bet, but since Dried Tree was first in line, he wasn't in a position to contend with him. Okay, you said it. Dried Tree suddenly became excited. In his mind, he could obtain the grass with Li Qia's failure. This was completely worth it. Ultimately, this is predicated on him being confident that Li Qia wouldn't be able to kill him in one move. Chapter 15:18. Li Qia smiled and said, Don't worry, how can I renege in front of so many people? If I can't kill you, the leaves will be yours. Such confidence made the others bat their eyes. This had great significance and Li Qia couldn't refuse because it would be a stain in his life. This meant that he was actually confident about carrying out the unbelievable task of slaying Dried Tree in one blow. This made the others feel quite uneasy because it meant that they wouldn't be a match for Li Qia. In just a short period of time, the group's confidence sank. Okay, I'll have a taste of what you can do. Dried Tree crazily laughed and stepped out. In his eyes, he simply didn't believe in this crap, not even if someone beat him to death. An emperor could do so, but Li Qia was no emperor. Brother Dried Tree, you can do it. I'm waiting for your victory. Dual Child instantly cheered for him. In his mind, it was 100 times better for Dried Tree to get the leaves compared to the other people here. After all, they had a deep friendship, so he could benefit from this as well. Boom! Dried Tree released his energy. Despite being on the verge of death, someone at his level was still frightening even with just 1 drop of longevity blood left. His 1 drop was enough to match the full energy of many cultivators. As the ancestor channeled his own longevity blood, a terrifying storm swept through the world. His eyes erupted with a horrifying light. In this split second, his pupils turned into the eye of storms. His glare could destroy everything in the world, a power of countless stars exploding. At the same time, countless Tao laws rose from his body. Each of them resembled a heavenly vein. They surged into the sky as if wanting to break the firmament. Even the stars seemed tiny before them. He was no longer an ordinary old man as his common aura has been extinguished. He looked just like a deity standing proudly in the sky with the power to reverse the universe. A single gesture from him could take down the stars, refine the yin and yang, and sever the samsara cycle. This was the real him, an appearance befitting of the words divine ancestor. His ordinary looks and aura earlier were only a disguise. This is his real strength. Even those watching from their mirrors could sense the ancestor dominating the world. Even the real masters watching nearby nodded their heads approvingly. Dried Tree isn't just in name. Some invincible characters admitted this. His claim of being an emperor assailant was indeed a bit far-reaching since he hadn't reached that level, but one couldn't deny that he was quite mighty. Clank, clank, clank. His Tao laws wove together. In the next moment, a boundless life force poured down. The broken god cliff that was deserted and lifeless was suddenly revitalized as if spring was returning. At this time, a tree appeared before him. It seemed to be made from silver while giving off an ancient feel. Its branches were rotating and emitted an untouchable atmosphere. It was as if this divine tree had the most sacred force in this world. Dried Tree disappeared at this moment. His body turned into an invincible figure like a tree father. It emitted a boundless green brilliance. Not only could he borrow the strength of a tree father, he could also use the power from the Trent's legendary progenitors. Everyone could feel the life exuding from his body regardless of where they were in the world. The tree ant experts could feel a resonance with this particular form of dried tree. That's a tree father? Many tree ants felt an urge to worship as they became dazed. No. An ancestor emotionally sighed. This is the seal of a tree father, Dried Tree's most precious item, and the reason why he can wield this power. The nearby masters held their breaths because no one should be able to kill him in just one move when he is empowered like this. At least no one in Heaven's spirit. Dried Tree has shown his strongest state. Despite not being the reincarnation of a tree father and lacking resources from a tree father's sect or an imperial lineage, he was born from a withered ancestral tree, so he had its seal that grants him part of a tree father's power. Despite having a minuscule amount of this power, it was still enough for him to rampage across the world. Junior, it's your turn. I want to see what you can do. Dried Tree spoke in his tree father form. His words resembled immortal hymns. Trees and vegetation actually started growing on the cliff. Fruits and flowers started to grow as well. His words alone turned this place into an oasis. This was the wondrous power of a tree father. This scene made many experts gasp. They finally saw the potential of a tree father at this moment. Get ready. Just one move. Xueqi was still all smiles against this particular form. Whoosh! The 13 palaces that were suppressing Heaven's spirit emitted an endless golden light. It permeated across every nook and corner of the world. The 7 Martial Pavilion back in the Dragon Demon Sea, the Golden Isle back in the Jade Sea, and Guchun's 4 branches in the Abyss Sea. All of these spaces in the world were saturated by this light. Bang! In this split second, the vessels of life, Genesis, and Athanasia appeared above his head. Bursts of explosions detonated. The vessel of life poured out enough blood energy to overfill Heaven's spirit. The vessel of Genesis seemed to be opening a new world inside by destroying Heaven's spirit first. Lastly, the vessel of Athanasia exuded an eternal power that exceeded time itself. The mysterious legendary era suddenly came to the present with its everlasting and never-changing force. This is Xueqi's real strength. The world was shocked by the vessels. Even the real masters here turned silly. The power of 13 palaces combined with the 3 vessels have exceeded their imagination. Clang! The Tao sword was in his hand. It was pitch black as if it was the Tao itself. It vibrated just when Xueqi attacked with a resplendent break. Boom! All of his blood energy and the power of both the 13 palaces and 3 vessels gathered in this resplendent break. They crazily empowered the Tao sword. Clank! One slash came out without any technique or variation. It also lacked the power of the Grand Tao and laws since it was only a simple slash. Simple and direct. Nothing else was present. However, it was so natural that resistance was futile. Under this one slash, gods and ants and even the world and time itself would be split into 2. One cut, 2 halves, it was that simple. This was the natural order of the world and completely impossible to thwart. The result was already determined regardless of what existence his foe may be. A skull sprung up high before rolling on the ground. Chapter 15:19. Divine Ancestor Dried Tree's head rolled on the ground with his eyes wide open. It was still blinking during the rolling process. Even at the moment of death, he didn't understand what transpired. He had some power from a tree father, yet he couldn't resist the slash at all from decapitating him. It was confusion about the sword's power. It cut down everything of his vitality, power, and cultivation. There were too many questions at the moment of his demise. An end without closure. Poof! When his eyes closed, the severed neck finally squirted out blood up high like a spring as the headless body fell straight down. In the next second, Heaven's spirit fell into a deathly silence. All existences felt suffocated. Even the strongest experts and 9 worlds' god kings felt as if they were being strangled. They couldn't move or resist at all. Tao decapitation, the ultimate attack of the Tao sword. It was prohibitively difficult to unleash this move. Perhaps this was a privilege for an immortal emperor after exerting all of their power. Even Xueqi was greatly affected after using this attack. His blood energy was exhausted, so he turned pale. Without the 13 palaces and 3 vessels supporting him, even his resplendent break couldn't unleash the Tao decapitation. In his mind, using an imperial massacre and heavenly annihilation wasn't overly difficult. However, for a weapon like the Tao sword, its ultimate attack was harder to activate than reaching the heavens. Everyone was robbed of their voice and breath. Just a second ago, they were skeptical about his claim. Such a battle achievement would go down in history, something completely comparable to those of emperors. It simply couldn't happen. But now it was the reality. Li Qie has decapitated Dried Tree with just one move and deterred everyone in the world. Thump, thump, thump. Shen Mengtian, Creek Bamboo, and Dual Child all took several steps back in a daze. In fact, the masters outside of the cliff were jolted backward as well. These characters have experienced countless storms. They have met emperors, and a few have even trained emperors before. There was nothing in life that could scare them. But at this moment, they felt a sense of dread. It was real and lingered in their minds. After making a name for themselves, they have long forgotten about fear and thought that they were the masters of their own destiny outside of dying from old age. But today, the long-forgotten feeling has returned because of Li Qie. Oh mother! Many were scared out of their minds in front of their mirrors and dropped but first to the ground. They were paralyzed completely, and some almost pissed in their pants. Those who wanted to oppose Li Qie were even more scared. After today, he would forever become their shadow. In the future, they might not even have the courage to stand straight before him and would have to kneel upon his sight. A master outside of the cliff murmured, "Hey, what is that move?" No one knew what kind of slash it was or where it came from. Not even someone like Ling Fengyun. Man, the most insightful thing I have done in my life is to not mess with Li Qie. An ancestor was aghast while watching from his mirror. That's it? Too weak. Li Qie put away the Tao sword and smiled. Just a tree father's seal, not the source itself. Dried Tree was strong indeed. It was a shame that he only had a portion of a tree father's power, so it wasn't sufficient. After calming down, Dual Child exclaimed, "An ultimate attack." Due to his upbringing, he was knowledgeable and understood what was going on right away. Rumble. He seemed to have turned crazy and took out all of his weapons, including an immortal emperor true treasure. He didn't mind exerting all of his blood energy on these weapons. The true treasure woke up and a majestic figure came out. Imperial auras assaulted this world and made heaven's spirit tremble. In this world, there weren't that many people who could wake up these weapons, especially a true one. However, as the child of an emperor, it was much easier for him to wake up his father's weapons. Boom! Ling Fengyun and the others quickly released their invincible weapons as well. Shen Mengtian's divine reflection appeared with an antique item floating inside. No one knows what it was, but its aura could collapse the heavens. Ling Fengyun didn't have an imperial weapon, but with the wave of his hand, many sea god weapons from the roaring conch flew out. Shortly after, these weapons floated around him and acted as protection. As for Creek Bamboo, many weapons left behind by tree fathers poured out their endless life force and sealed the space around him. At the same time, Stygian unleashed his ancestral item as well. This thing was surrounded by primordial energy, but it could still scare gods. In just a split second, these people understood that regardless of how powerful and untouchable they might be, they couldn't block Li Qie's sword with their bodies. Perhaps even their weapons wouldn't be able to do so outside of the imperial ones. Because of this, they created powerful barriers with their weapons. Even if Li Qie wanted to kill them, he must go through these divine weapons first. An imperial weapon could perhaps be destroyed, but several of them could definitely outlast a single attack. This was especially true for a true treasure that would never go down to one blow. Despite making ample preparations, the group was still pale and shuddering on the inside. All at once or one at a time to tire me out? Li Qie smiled at the group. Everyone watched with bated breaths. Li Qie's slash earlier has deterred Shen Mengtian's group and made them feel fear. They glanced at each other and found themselves riding a tiger. There was no chance to get off. If they were to run without a fight, their reputation would be wiped out. It took blood and sweat to build up the prestige and status they had today. Thus, if they didn't have the courage to fight against a junior, there was no way they could show their faces again in the future. They would forever live in a shadow. If they couldn't defeat their inner demon, there was no point in seeing the world again. However, they felt incapable in a direct confrontation, that they were not a match for Li Qie. Ling Fengyun finally understood why Li Qie said he was the master of the situation. They weren't qualified to make any conditions at all. It's just a battle. Fengyun took a deep breath and slowly uttered. A cultivator always chases the unending limit. Dying in battle is also the fate of a cultivator. He didn't wish to run and lose his lifelong fame. Shen Mingtian's eyes lit up as he stared at Li Qie's pale face and informed the others. His blood energy is depleted, we should team up and fight. They perused his countenance as well and could see that the sword slash earlier has expended a lot of his power. Under ordinary circumstances, this group had no problems with fighting. Alas, after what they have just witnessed, they still hesitated even though Li Qie was in a weakened state. Chapter 15:20. Li Qie was quite amused. He stared at the group that had no room to advance or retreat. What now? Where did your domineering attitude go? Weren't you certain of victory earlier and wanted to give conditions? Why is everyone shrinking their heads into their shells? Do you want to become turtles? The group's expression turned unsightly after hearing the degradation, but they knew that he was egging them on. Alas, there was no other way but to fight since they didn't want to lose their prestige. Stygian monarch shouted, "Junior, stop acting arrogantly. The victor has yet to be decided." Li Qie leisurely stared at them and smiled. "Then come. Even if all 5 of you fight together, I'll still slaughter you all." In the past, whoever said such words would be considered a madman. However, it was quite awe-inspiring now that it came from Li Qie. The experts watching from their mirrors felt their hair standing on end. The 5 experts glanced at each other and instantly came to an agreement. They were on the same side, so regardless of whatever plans they had in the past, they must work together now in order to leave this place alive. Creek Bamboo roared, "Go!" Despite being an old man with a childlike face, when he wanted to fight, his battle intent became quite mighty as if he was a giant. Boom! The experts that followed him along released all of their vitality. Creek Bamboo's vitality fused together with them and then it all came pouring inside his body. With another blast, Stygian's cavalry channeled their energy as well and fused with his own. Shen Mengtian's group also gave him their vitality. In a short period of time, these 3 borrowed energy from their legions and seemed to be several thousand years younger. They looked spirited and ready to fight. Their eyes lit up while their bodies were brimming with energy. Borrowing vitality. Many ancestors emotionally sighed with envy. This was impossible for many of them. Training these legions was too expensive. Not just any sect could have so many resources to waste. For those near their death, this was the only way for them to fight. They could only borrow their junior's vitality because their life wheel has withered. Even if they could devour the vitality and longevity blood of others, it couldn't replenish their own bodies. These things would quickly wither away as well. Only in a young body would blood energy multiply and become more powerful. The near-dead didn't have this privilege. Ling Fengyun and Dual Child didn't need to borrow blood from anyone. Fengyun was still young and vigorous and in the middle of his prime. Because of this, when he released his energy, it was majestic and almost caused the sky vault to explode. Dual Child was at a disadvantage in this regard. He was decrepit and on the verge of death on top of not having juniors to borrow energy. Luckily, he inherited his father's weapons. Because of this, he could exert more of their power compared to others while spending less energy. Rumble! The entire heaven spirit world lost its light. Weapons soared to the sky as the group activated their strongest merit laws in order to deal a fatal blow. Kill him! They lunged for him in unison. Earthquakes assaulted the world. Even experts far away were suffocated by their terrifying might. Just think about it. 5 invincible masters have just used their strongest merit laws at the same time. This was an assault that could take down heaven spirit itself. Not bad. Li Qie leisurely smiled in the face of this. Boom. 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 He disappeared and 5 invincible characters suddenly came out from where he was. Shen Mingtian, Ling Fengyun, Creek Bamboo Immortal, Imperial Dual Child, and Stygian Monarch. There was suddenly a perfect copy of each of them. Boom! The 10 began their skirmish. Each of them fought their copy with their strongest attacks. Space was rendered to ashes. Soon after, the numerous boulders by this cliff were destroyed. Even the laws of this cliff themselves weren't spared. Each blow caused the stars in the sky to howl. Some of them even fell down. The power of this exchange was too much. After the first bout, the 5 opponents stared straight at their copies and were quite helpless. Parallel space, a technique from parallelism, one of the 4 great arts of the space scripture. The spectators were shocked to see the 5 having to face themselves. There seemed to be no good way to deal with this. Shen Mengtian shouted, "Let's switch." In a split second, he swapped with Ling Fengyun. Ling Fengyun swapped with Creek Bamboo and Creek Bamboo swapped with Dual Child. However, when they swapped their position, the space around them shifted as well. The 5 copies also made the necessary changes. In the end, they still had to face themselves within the special spaces. Not to mention the experts watching from their mirrors. Even the masters right outside the cliff had no response to this type of spatial manipulation. If such a trick can break my parallel space, it wouldn't be so special. Li Qiye appeared at a different spot and casually laughed. If this technique could be dealt with so easily, the space scripture wouldn't live up to its fame. Die! The group launched an attack at Li Qiye. They understood that the only way to make this spatial manipulation disappear was to kill him. Boom! However, when they aimed for Li Qiye, their copies duplicated the same attacks towards them. Rumble! The 2 sides collided, causing the sky to quake and the sun and moon to lose their color. Countless existences in heaven's spirit quivered in fear. The murderous intent from a battle of this magnitude engulfed the entire world. This seemed like the apocalypse to all creatures. The fish dove deeper into the ocean while the birds hid in their nests. Dread overwhelmed them completely. Activate! As the battle was heating up, Dual Child crazily howled. He unleashed an ultimate attack from his true treasure. This might not be at the level of a heavenly annihilation, but it was infinitely close. Even though Dual Child's copy also replicated the same ultimate attack, it actually lost in this exchange and had to take several steps back. In this split second, Dual Child understood right away and shouted, "Use your weapon's ultimate attacks, they can't replicate a true treasure's full power." With that, the other 4 quickly unleashed their weapon's strongest moves. The auras of tree fathers, sea gods, and immortal emperors rampaged across heaven's spirit. It was as if these beings were coming back to life and wanted to destroy heaven's spirit to return it to its original form. Chapter 15:21. Bang! 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 The group used their invincible weapons to unleash the ultimate blows. They finally managed to suppress their copy with the help of these weapons. However, their advantage was still minimal after the attack. Dual Child had the clearest result because he didn't only have life treasures but also a true treasure. The true treasure allowed him to suppress his copy since it was far more powerful than Tree Father and Sea God's weapons. Brother Dual Child, unleash a heavenly annihilation. We'll repay you later. The group noticed this and Stygian immediately shouted, "Please brother, we'll pay you back handsomely after this mess." Creek Bamboo added, "Very well." Dual Child didn't refuse and crazily roared. He didn't try to hide anything at this moment since he was on the same boat as the others. If they were to die, he wouldn't be able to escape Li Qiye either. Boom! He didn't mind wasting what's little left of his longevity blood and channeled a heavenly annihilation with his true treasure. Boom! Everything became ashes. All laws shattered into little pieces before this annihilation. Meanwhile, his copy also used a heavenly annihilation that robbed the world of its colors and Tao. 1/3 of Broken God Cliff turned to smoke after this particular blow. Words couldn't describe the power of 2 heavenly annihilations. Many dropped straight to the ground, including virtuous paragons. They couldn't stand up either and were completely breathless. Finally, the copy of Dual Child was blown flying and broke many boulders along the way. Die! After escaping his copy, Dual Child shouted and took advantage of this rare opportunity by attacking directly at Li Qiye. Though he couldn't use another heavenly annihilation, this next attack from a true treasure could turn the void into nothingness. At this time, Li Qiye's blood energy was restored by around 70 to 80%. He saw Dual Child coming and laughed. How could the light of a firefly compare to the moon? With that, he used his world seal. Buzz! The moment the world seal appeared, an old tree emerged at the same time. It wasn't overly large but it seemed to be rooted in the world. Boom! Multiple immortal rays opened behind its back just like a peacock spreading its tail. This old tree and its brilliance stopped Dual Child's attack. The brilliance then swept downward just like a fan. Dual Child was shocked and immediately used his weapons for protection. However, he was still blown flying and spurted blood. What is that? Many people raised their eyes to see Dual Child still being swept away under his weapon's protection by this fan. Isn't that the peacock tree? Just a moment later, someone finally recognized the old tree and exclaimed, "The peacock tree? That's impossible. Isn't it still at the peacock land right now? How did it get here? Plus, after an ancestral tree takes roots with the earth, it can't leave anymore." Many people were astonished at recognizing it. "Look over at the peacock land," one ancestor ordered right away. They changed the direction of their heavenly mirror. However, the mirror showed that the peacock tree was still growing on its territory. Alas, the peacock tree back at the broken god cliff was completely identical as well. Two peacock trees. What is going on? People became quite confused. An identical tree came out of nowhere. Even the masters couldn't tell which one was real or not outside of their location. The 5 copies earlier of the masters were already shocking enough. This addition only added to the crowd's astonishment. Is this a Dao avatar of the peacock tree? One expert wondered. I don't think so. A Treyant ancestor replied. Once an ancestral tree takes root, it is just that. No Dao avatar is available. Of course, people didn't know that this was the amazing property of the world seal. After curing the tree, Lichia has garnered its agreement, so he made a mark of the tree with his world seal. This meant that he could summon it to fight for him wherever. There was still a disparity between this copy and the real thing. After all, peacock was an ancestral tree. Nevertheless, this copy was still stronger than an immortal emperor true treasure, so Dual Child was still blown away despite having a true treasure's protection. Stop, don't attack anymore. At this time, Feng Yun shouted while looking at the peacock tree in the sky with a grave expression. The group immediately stopped and their copies stopped as well. This was the weakness of parallel space. If one were to stop fighting or run, the copies would stop. Of course, this clear weakness isn't present in the higher level technique, parallel displacement. The group stopped cautiously and stared at their copy. They slowly retreated and maintained a sufficient gap. At this time, they didn't dare to act recklessly at all. Though the copies wouldn't attack them, their expression wasn't good either since they were staring at the peacock tree in the sky. Okay, warm-up is over. Time to take it up a notch. Lichia smiled after seeing the group stopping their attack. He recalled parallel space and the 5 copies disappeared instantly. At this time, his foes had nothing to say. Even a legendary god king like Ling Fengyun remained quiet. They understood that they were in a precarious situation today. Lichia could casually take out methods to suppress them like this, so his killing move might end with their doom. They felt a tinge of regrets. If they knew he was so terrible, they wouldn't have crawled out at all. It was better to obediently tuck their tail between their legs back in their cave. Alas, it was useless now. The feud knot has been tied. They were arrows that have shot from the bow. There was no coming back. The quiet spectators everywhere had no ways of solving this circumstance either. Lichia had the absolute upper hand. What other methods could anyone use to subdue him? Even the invincible characters mused back and forth. The only way was to prostrate and beg for forgiveness and mercy. Other than that, there was nothing else the group of 5 could do to leave the broken god cliff alive. What else is Lichia capable of? The masters outside the cliff were creeped out by his ability to summon another peacock tree. At the same time, many existences were drowned in fear while others celebrated the fact that they weren't his enemies. This was when everyone realized that Lichia was still holding back when dealing with Meng Zhentian's group. How do you all want to die? Lichia smirked while staring at his foes and their stoic demeanor. Shen Mengtian and the others were silent. They had the courage to fight a bit earlier, but that was gone now. Alas, it was impossible for them to beg for forgiveness. Giving up their pride was even more painful than dying. Chapter 1522. Lichia laughed at his silent foes and said, "Unfortunately, it is already too late. It depends on your own abilities if you will live now or the true resources of your sect." Having said that, immortal rays swept down from the peacock tree. Time seemed to have stopped completely with their coming. Activate! The group all took action at the same time and used their weapons' ultimate attacks. They wanted to disperse the tree's power and shatter the temporal stagnation. Rumble! Even these weapons failed to stop the descending immortal rays. All were blown away while vomiting blood. Everyone in heaven's spirit gasped at this sight. Even these so-called assailants couldn't withstand the attack. Unfortunately, you're not real assailants. Li Qie laughed at them again. In a short time, they all turned pale. This was the power of a tree father, so there was a great disparity. Moreover, they had just fought earlier, so their blood energy was depleted. Ling Fengyun was doing better than the rest, so he was only pushed backward and weren't injured, unlike the rest. When a tree father returned to the void and the earth to become an ancestral tree, it was one with the world. Even emperors would have a hard time affecting it, so needless to say more about this group. If they were real assailants, they could probably escape from the peacock tree. Alas, their title was in name only. Brace the attack and find an opening. Fengyun shouted at the group. He put on a stoic expression. This would be the second toughest fight of his life. The first was, of course, the bout with Immortal Emperor How High. Boom! He roared crazily. His vitality surged like a waterfall, and at the same time, he used his longevity blood to wake up the sea god's weapons around him. An immortal light also oozed out of his body in the form of rays. They came together to form a wondrous flame with the appearance of a pair of wings supporting him. He looked like a giant at this moment, as if he was capable of shouldering the world. At this point, he didn't care for anything else. If he didn't go all out right now, there was no chance of leaving this place alive today. Come, show me how strong you really are. With an engulfing aura, he was much more powerful and ferocious compared to his allies. His domineering presence had no bounds. This was the temperament of an emperor assailant. Once again, he wasn't a real one, but many accepted his title and achievements, including the peak existences. This is Ling Fengyun's true power. Just his cultivation alone could probably take on 2 Stygian monarchs. Even the masters outside of the cliff said with emotions. I heard you borrowed an Immortal Emperor true treasure from the Gu Chun's 4 branches to fight against Immortal Emperor How High back then. Unfortunately, you won't be so lucky today. Plus, I'm not the Emperor. He didn't use his true fate weapon because he appreciated your talents and achievements, so you were able to make it to 200 moves. I'm afraid your death is certain today, though. Alas, Li Qie paused for a bit before making a proposal. Like you have said before about your love for talents, I have it as well. Submit to me, and not only will I spare you life, I will show you the way so that you can become a true emperor assailant. Everyone in the world was stunned after hearing this. There was no doubt that Li Qie wouldn't spare the others, but he was willing to spare Ling Fengyun. They all waited for Fengyun's answer with bated breath. I shall fight to the end, even when knowing death is on the horizon. I didn't die to an immortal emperor, but dying to a genius with 13 palaces won't besmirch my life at all. Fengyun laughed heroically with a rising momentum and spirit. He has realized something and was ready to go all out with no fear of death in battle today. In his eyes, the outcome of this fierce battle might not be as favorable as the one with Immortal Emperor How High. In the past, he made perfect preparation to fight the emperor and even borrowed a true treasure from the 4 branches in order to exert his strongest battle potential. Moreover, that was the year when he was at his highest state in Tao enlightenment and vitality. But as Li Qie has said, the emperor didn't have his true fate weapon, only his bare hands. Ling Fengyun managed to endure 200 moves before losing to the emperor. However, the emperor didn't choose to kill him. He paid a great price because of this battle. Not only did he consume a monstrous amount of blood energy, he also expended a shocking portion of his lifespan near the point of depletion. These injuries didn't heal until a long time after he sealed himself for recovery. Commendable courage, Li Qie said with a smile. So be it, have your wish. With that, the immortal rays from the peacock tree went straight at Ling Fengyun with considerable pressure. Open! With his cry, the sea god's weapons came back to life. 2 majestic figures emerged. They were the intents of the roaring conch's 2 sea gods. Boom! 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 Both figures entered Fengyun's body, making it grow even larger. He looked just like an avatar with sea god's laws circulating around him. In the blink of an eye, he assumed the appearance of a sea god that could soar above the 9 heavens. Bang! Fengyun has finally made his move by raising both hands to the sky to stop the incoming immortal rays. Rumble! The entire world shook as if his palms were actually shaking it. He was able to shoulder this immense mass and the immortal rays from the peacock tree due to his own power and the help of the sea god's weapons. So strong! Many cultivators were stunned after seeing this. That's Ling Fengyun for you, Still someone who could fight against an emperor. The masters present were astonished by his power. Creek Bamboo had 2 tree fathers from his branch, and Shenming Tian was called a teacher because some emperors have asked him questions before. However, in terms of cultivation, the 2 of them didn't live up to their fame. In fact, these 2 and even Stygian, who has fought all over the 9 worlds, have never fought against an emperor. They might have contended against a young emperor before ascension, but not against one with a heaven's will. On the contrary, the youngest among them, Ling Fengyun, has fought against a real emperor before, one of the most brilliant ones at that. Very strong indeed. Li Qie smiled at this spectacle. Unfortunately, you lack the might in the past since you haven't recovered fully. With that, the peacock tree became even brighter with more rays descending down. They completely suppressed Fengyun's body this time around. Bang! 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 Fengyun struggled this time because the peacock tree has exuded its origin power. It wasn't only coming from the tree itself but from the earth itself. This copy from the world seal might be inferior to the real thing, but it was much stronger than an avatar type of technique. It could exert at least 50 to 60% of the real tree. If Li Qie went all out, it might even reach 70%. Thus, it was easy to imagine that regardless of how strong Fengyun might be, he couldn't withstand it any longer. Chapter 1523. Fengyun's body was twisting under the suppressive immortal rays. People could even hear his bones creaking as if his entire frame was about to be crushed. The rest of the group glanced at each other before shouting, "Brother Fengyun, we're coming!" Shenming Tian, Creek Bamboo Immortal, Stygian Monarch, and Imperial Dual Child all rushed forward with their divine weapons. Rumble! They gathered all of their power together into the mightiest wave to stop the incoming rays. Their blood energies have turned into fiery wings as well after borrowing their legion's vitality. Due to their teamwork and the invincible weapons, they actually managed to stop the peacock tree's suppression. They didn't lend their assistance out of camaraderie, it was because they were on the same side. Their deaths would be next after Ling Fengyun falls. Boom! Heaven's spirit itself had difficulty breathing under the blinding suppression of the tree. The 5 of them struggled to hold on. If this course continued, they wouldn't last much longer. A little capable. Li Qie wasn't in a hurry to end this after seeing the group manage to resist a bit longer. Although Dual Child's group tried their best with their divine weapons and could stop the immortal rays, they couldn't retaliate at all. Their vitality was gradually depleting. This was the aspect where they were much inferior to Ling Fengyun. He could last much longer due to his vigorous constitution. Even when they borrowed the blood energy of their legions, it still only belonged to a group of juniors with weaker cultivations. This only acted as a temporary form of replenishment and couldn't let them fight a prolonged battle. They were still safe and sound, but the group was actually suffering and turned pale. If this continued, their borrowed vitality would deplete in a short time. Creek Bamboo hastily communicated with the others. "Brothers, we must run." "How?" Dual Child replied. "It's not just the peacock tree. Once we try to run, Li Qie will seal the area." They knew now that Li Qie hasn't used his full power. This peacock tree was only part of his arsenal, yet it was already enough to leave them helpless. Once they tried to run, he would use even more means to kill them. Creek Bamboo gravely responded, "I have a backup plan from the ancestral Terra, but I need Brother Shen's divine reflection and your treasure, Brother Stygian." The 2 were moved after hearing this. Shenming Tian didn't use his reflection fully just yet while the monarch was using a different weapon, and not the ancient weapon from the spirit abyss. "Okay, brother, go for it. We know what to do." The 3 of them reached an agreement. Creek Bamboo emphasized, "We must pay a heavy price to leave this place alive." The other 2's eyes dotted at each other. They understood what this heavy price meant. "Just do it. As long as we can live, there is still a future." Stygian nodded solemnly. Boom! Creek Bamboo's body shot out a bloody light. A supreme law was created within, just like an all-devouring vortex. Ah! Screams echoed left and right. The experts who came here with Creek Bamboo began to break down. All of their essences were devoured by him. Ah! More cries of anguish came about. Both the legions from the Dream Empyrean and the Spirit Abyss collapsed into bloody mists. These essences then entered the respective leaders. Such a development shocked the spectators. The juniors were here to lend their blood to their ancestors. But now, these ancestors instantly took everything from their legions. It was the same as dissecting a chicken for an egg or draining a pond for the fish. Ling Fengyun quietly sighed. He understood what they wanted to do. Baz. After devouring the essences of the legions, the three's vitality erupted several times. They were greatly replenished at this moment. However, they didn't attack Li Qie right away. Bang! At the ancestral terra, a divine ray shot to the sky. A tree swayed back and forth before shattering the sky vault in order to open a door. At this critical moment, Creek Bamboo screamed, "Now!" Boom! At the spirit abyss, a treasure covered in primordial chaos jumped out. With its appearance, the treasure currently in Stygian's hand oozed out primordial chaos as well. He relied on this treasure to form a chaotic Tao platform. At the same time, a treasured gem flew out of the Dream Empyrean and instantly lit up. This made Shen Mengtian's divine reflection radiate with a blinding light. It shot out many laws as well. Clank! Shen Mengtian constructed a Tao portal inside the chaotic Tao platform. This Tao portal then latched onto certain spatial coordinates. Boom! Suddenly, this portal emitted a terrifying and unstoppable siphoning force. Go! Creek Bamboo reminded everyone of this fleeting opportunity. Baz! The five of them were sucked into this Tao portal and teleported away. Bang! Just a split second after they disappeared, the immortal lights crushed both the platform and the portal. The five reappeared back at the ancestral terra. They had no color in their complexions due to the great amount of energy they expended for this escape. They were still shaken with fear and couldn't speak at all. They got away? Many were astonished by this swift escape. They didn't expect the group to be able to do so at all. Extraordinary, they managed to escape. The masters nearby nodded their heads. Li Qie wasn't surprised at all. He softly smiled and stared at the treasure doused in primordial chaos in the abyss as well as the gentle gem near the Empyrean and stated, "It wouldn't be so easy to find them if they remained hidden. Not bad. It is time for me to destroy the ancestral terra and harvest." Soon after these words came out, the group who made it back to the terra were speechless like dogs that have lost their masters. They didn't dare to leave this area at all. There was no location safer than here right now. After all, it was still under the protection of 3 ancestral trees. If it was any other place, Li Qie might be able to penetrate the defenses easily. Li Qie's declaration shocked both the experts watching through their mirrors and the masters nearby. At this moment, they realized that he was aiming for the terra and abyss as well. He took one step forward with deities paving a supreme path for him. Multiple phenomena emerged with divine followers worshipping him. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were moved. The yin and yang, as well as the cycle of reincarnation, were reformed. He was the current master of the immortals, the lord of all. As he stepped towards the terra, the mountains and rivers lost their brilliance. All existences trembled in fear as if all of heaven's spirit was faltering beneath his feet. Many people could imagine a scene where all the disciples from the terra were quivering in droves, squeezed into a corner where their clothes rustled. The 5 combatants were watching his slow pace towards the terra. They turned pale with shaking legs. Chapter 1524. The ancestral terra was a lineage with 3 tree fathers, one of the strongest in heaven's spirit. It stood out among the Traiants and was considered to be the safest area in the world. It was a large landmass residing inside the Jade Sea that spanned tens of millions of miles. Such a continent was nothing in the other 8 worlds. However, it was extremely luxurious in heaven's spirit. Lineages who had this much land in this world could be counted on one's fingers. Not even an imperial lineage might have access to this vast territory. Land was as valuable as gold in heaven's spirit. Thus, such a large continent was a coveted treasure in everyone's eyes. Alas, no sect or people dared to have any ideas about it. Just think about it. What was the meaning behind having 3 ancestral trees? It was definitely the hardest place to attack. Due to their protection, it was also known as a location impregnable by even immortal emperors. When Shen Mengtian's group followed Creek Bamboo to the ancestral terra, their intent was very clear. They wanted to use this supreme defense to avoid Li Qie. As long as they stayed in this place, there was no way Li Qie could attack. At this moment, countless experts watched as Li Qie approached the terra. He was walking on a supreme path with each step crossing one world. He soon traversed one domain after another, allowing him to travel from the broken god cliff to the ancestral terra. The entire terra was without a single sound. It was as if all of its disciples and creatures were hiding in their nests. Just imagine this scene. This was a mighty lineage with absolute power, capable of calling for rain and winds in heaven's spirit. Only an imperial lineage with an emperor present would dare to oppose them. Alas, the imperious sect has turned into a turtle that shrank into its shell. Its disciples didn't dare to exit the main gate. They have never experienced such humiliation before. Fear wouldn't be on their minds unless an emperor were to attack. After all, no one else could even attempt to launch an assault. Today, after Creek Bamboo ran back, these disciples were completely aghast. This was their strongest and oldest ancestor, yet Xueqi completely obliterated him. Moreover, he had an alliance with other masters as well. Thus, they didn't dare to breathe loudly and listen to their seniors' orders. All went into hiding and stayed within their own clans. This is actually happening to the ancestral Terra. The cultivators in the world were in awe of this scene. Normally, the Terra's disciples were pompous, aggressive, and didn't give a damn about anyone. Today's scene painted a stark contrast in comparison. It's about time they get taught a lesson. Some cultivators were cheering inside. Too many in heaven's spirit have suffered the bombastic attitude from the Terra, so they were gleefully gloating at this moment. While standing right outside, Xueqi stared at the ancestral Terra and smiled. "Should I make my way in, or will you come out and accept your deaths?" Even the invincible masters were stricken with anticipation. Xueqi was actually doing it. They wanted to see whether the miracle creator could continue to do his work and break the Terra with its 3 ancestral trees. Fellow Taoist Li, no, young noble Li, it is better to let go of grievances. Creek Bamboo showed his face outside the Terra and surrendered. "We accept our defeat in the war today." Seeing him raise the white flag made everyone in the world take a deep breath. This was Creek Bamboo, someone whose line had produced 2 tree fathers. Alas, despite hiding in the safest location in the world, he still chose to surrender. This truly shocked the crowd. No one expected for him to surrender like this one day. "As you have said, this is a battle." Xueqi chuckled in response. "A war is no joke. The losers must pay a great price." Creek Bamboo hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. "What price do you desire, young noble Li?" At this time, they had no other choice. It was either to fight Xueqi to the very end or negotiate the conditions after losing completely. Xueqi freely stated, "What I want. I'm afraid you can't make this decision or satisfy me." "Young noble Li, what do you want?" Shen Mengtian and Stygian came out as well. Xueqi smirked before taking his time answering. "What I want isn't too outrageous. 1. All of you will commit suicide. This demand is too unreasonable." Creek Bamboo's expression sank and interrupted him. "Young noble Li, there is no denying that we have lost. However, it doesn't mean that we can't rise again. We still have a chance. If you want treasures, spirit medicines, and other items, we can give them to you. However, we cannot obey when you ask for our lives." "Is that so?" Xueqi leisurely replied. "It's all in the eyes of the beholder. You feel that your lives are valuable, but in my eyes, they're not worth mentioning." "I am a benevolent person." He grinned. "I'm giving you one last chance right now. I don't mind if you still resist either. I shall trample your ancestral Terra, Spirit Abyss, and the Dream Empyrean. Remember, this is war, and since you have chosen this path, you must pay the price." The faces of the 3 turned quite ugly, but they didn't have a response. "I'll make the deal with you." Ling Fengyun appeared and slowly spoke after hearing Xueqi's condition. "I can let you do as you please, but you must spare the roaring conch." He walked out without any resistance and surrendered completely to Xueqi. "A war can't end that easily. I have given you a chance before the fight started, but you didn't value it." Xueqi looked at him and smiled. "The roaring conch chose to oppose me, so they must pay as well." "Well," Ling Fengyun's expression sank after hearing this. "You can feel that I'm being too harsh." Xueqi added, "But remember, I am the one in the position to talk about conditions while all of you are fish on a chopping block. Since you chose to surrender, I won't massacre and annihilate the roaring conch completely. Nevertheless, they must still pay a great price. This is the result of opposing me." Fengyun pondered for a moment as he couldn't hastily make a decision. It took him some time before he sincerely gave up. "Young noble Li, my life is in your hands. My only hope and final request is that you will spare the roaring conch. I do appreciate talents, But it is too late now. You can't negotiate any longer. The conch must pay. Li Qiye responded with a faint smile. What do you want, young noble? Feng Yun gave up since he was out of options. It was either a fight to the death or surrender. The roaring conch. Li Qiye calmly said, I can spare its disciples, but I want the conch. Of course, if they oppose me, there will be no mercy. Feng Yun blurted. Impossible. Once again, I am the one giving you a choice. You can choose to die fighting and I'll annihilate the roaring conch. Of course, its disciples can destroy the ship too if they want. I don't mind. I just want the world to see the fate of those who oppose me. However, surrender and I'll spare their lives. Feng Yun couldn't speak. He understood just how limited his options were. Everyone in Heaven's spirit was eager to hear his decision. Keep in mind that if the disciples from the conch were to lose their ship, it would be the same as losing their home and ancestral ground. From then on, the sect would continuously decline. The roaring conch shall be no more. Chapter 1525. Li Qiye smiled casually while looking at the hesitating Feng Yun. My patience is limited, don't make me wait. Answer now or wait for the destruction of the roaring conch. Feng Yun gritted his teeth before answering with a serious tone. Fine, I agree to surrender. The roaring conch will be yours as well, but you must spare its disciples. Li Qiye flatly replied. I won't trouble the obedient, but any resistance shall be put down without mercy. Feng Yun had no response. He wasn't an ancestor from there, so he couldn't force all of its disciples to give up. This was the best that he could do. Heaven's spirit was silenced by this scene. Many people became sentimental at the ultimate fate of this fallen hero. Even though he has surrendered, no one would mock or look down on him. He simply came this time at the beseech of the roaring conch. He still acted honorably before this outcome and could fight to the end if he didn't care for the roaring conch's fate. If he were to die in battle, his name would still spread to the future generations. However, he chose to give up. Everyone understood that he would die anyway, but he still chose this disgraceful exit in order to save the conch's disciples despite not being from the sect. Thus, many found his submission to be worthy of admiration and respect instead of scorn. He didn't say anything else and quietly stood to the side while waiting for Li Qiye to make his decision. In the past, his battle with immortal Emperor Hao Hai was only a personal bout. However, the battle today was due to grievances between the conch and Li Qiye, so he had no other choice. He quietly lamented. During his youth, the conch saved his life, so today, he shall pay it back to the sect. Have you all make up your minds yet? Li Qiye glanced at Creek Bamboo's group and chuckled. I have nothing to choose. Li Qiye, if you want to kill me, my only response is to fight. I refuse to surrender. Dual Child laughed and was the first to respond. He didn't have any options either unless there was a place in the world where he could hide from Li Qiye's pursuit. Otherwise, Li Qiye wouldn't spare him. Compared to Creek Bamboo, Dual Child was able to let it go since he was alone without any worries or restraints. Even if he were to die in battle, it would be his personal problem. A bit brave, not dishonoring your father's prestige at least. Li Qiye smiled at him. Time waits for no one. Li Qiye then stared at the other three. Make your decisions. The three promptly glanced at each other to read their intents. They cherished their lives and feared death. After all, living a crappy life was still better than dying honorably in their eyes. Alas, it was time for them to make their choice under the eager eyes of the spectators. If you all wish to fight, we can fight together. Dual Child laughed while the three couldn't make up their minds. Among the 5 masters right now, Dual Child chose to fight while Ling Feng Yun chose to surrender. However, these three weren't the same as Dual Child since he was completely untethered and the only one responsible for his actions. Young noble Li, very well. In the end, Stygian made his choice. The winner takes all. We have lost today, so I agree to kill myself. However, you must spare the spirit abyss. I'm afraid you misunderstood me. Li Qiye said with a smile. Before the battle, I could have accepted your appeal via suicide, but it is too late now. Your life is worthless after losing. However, if you wish, I can give you some conditions. First, commit suicide. Second, hand over your treasure. Third, hand over the abyss just like the conch. With that, I will not massacre your future generations. With that, he pointed at the treasure floating above the abyss. That's impossible. The monarch immediately refused. Li Qi'er elaborated. Remember, I'm giving you the choice. None of you are qualified to negotiate with me. I can kill everyone along with your sections. However, since I am a benevolent person, I'm simply giving your future generations a chance. Shortly after, the three's expressions turned unsightly to the extreme. The same goes for you, Creek Bamboo. I will spare you future generations if you commit suicide and hand over the ancestral Terra. Shen Mengtian as well. Hand over the jade and the Empyrean's ancestral ground, and I shall show mercy to your children. Shen Mengtian shouted. You are pushing us too far. Such conditions made it impossible for him to accept. The jade was a priceless treasure. Even though he has cultivated his divine reflection to its limit, the jade itself greatly helped him. Because of it, he was able to calculate the karmic and samsara cycles. This was the reason why even emperors would ask him about certain things. Moreover, losing the ancestral ground meant that his disciples would lose their home. From then on, the dream Empyrean would be no more. The end result for me is the same regardless of your choice, since I can still kill everyone and take your treasures. Li Qi'er leisurely smiled. The only reason why I am giving you a choice is that I don't want to massacre too many people. Unfortunately. He gently shook his head. As ancestors, you didn't think about your descendants. This is a disaster you brought upon them, so when I destroy your sex, do not blame me for being ruthless. I have given you a chance. Creek Bamboo coldly uttered. Li Qi'er, not everything will go the way you want. In his eyes, if it was only him committing suicide, he could still accept this in order to barter some peace for the Terra. However, asking them to leave their ancestral ground was impossible unless he killed all of them. You still think your Terra is unbreakable, right? I know, you are still very optimistic with 3 ancestral trees. I think that you aren't the only one either. Even Shen Mengtian and Stygian might have this thought. Li Qi'er, strong you may be, but don't forget that you're still not an emperor. Creek Bamboo continued. If you are willing to spare my ancestral Terra, I will agree to some other conditions. Li Qi'er chuckled in response. Since it looks like you have made your choice, it's time for us to end this. Watch as I destroy your Terra. In that case, we'll fight to the end. Dual Child laughed and told the other two. I don't believe that he can break the defense of 3 ancestral trees. Dual Child wanted to fight to the death from the very beginning, so he naturally wanted the others to join him. In his mind, there was still a chance to reverse the tide, especially with the Terra right behind him. Yes. Brother Creek Bamboo. Maybe we can kill him with the 3 ancestral trees. Shen Mengtian bit his lips and made up his mind. They might as well go all out. Since they couldn't accept his conditions, they must fight to the end despite the very small chance of winning, even with the help of 3 ancestral trees. At the very least, there was still a glimmer of hope. Creek Bamboo was hesitant because the battlefield was right at his sect, but he didn't have any other option. Li Qi'er, your aggression is to blame for this. He made up his mind as well. We'll take you on then. Our ancestral Terra has never been afraid of trouble. Come, we'll wait for you. Having said that, the group disappeared back into the Terra. They wanted to wait for him to begin his assault before delivering a fatal blow. A spectator murmured. Can Li Qi'er really destroy the Terra? Even though the majority of cultivators in Heaven's Spirit had absolute confidence in Li Qi'er right now, the Terra was too famous as an unbreakable fortress. Ling Fengyun, who was standing to the side after surrendering, didn't say anything. He simply shook his head. After the last battle, he understood full well that Li Qi'er was someone who wouldn't fight without being completely certain of his victory. Chapter 1526. At this moment, Li Qi'er smiled and stepped into the ancestral Terra. Heart skipped a beat and all experts became unavoidably tense. They weren't nervous for Li Qi'er but for the Terra instead. Despite its defensive fame, when Li Qi'er was walking forward, everyone certainly felt that he could actually break through. They didn't know why they had such confidence in him though. Rumble. One wave of defensive perimeter rose after another. It resulted in a blindingly dazzling scene. Universal laws poured down like the waterfalls. Treefather's runes drowned the Terra like a protective ocean. Just a minor trick, can't reach the apex. Li Qi'er laughed. His 13 palaces emitted their golden light and illuminated the world. In a split second, his inner physiques shined as well. The void imperfection and hell suppression physiques erupted instantly. He was able to dodge all the laws and powers while crushing everything else. Just imagine, the Terra's power and law were dodged and destroyed at the same time by his two physiques. Bang! 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 These perimeters shattered into pieces before Li Qie's mighty strength. The Terra began to quake as mountains were being trampled by him. The buildings and temples weren't spared either. Whoosh! 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 In many locations at the Terra, the holy buildings began to emit their sacred power and laws in order to protect their own vicinity. Alas, this wasn't enough to withstand his destructive pressure. These buildings were crushed into ruins. In just a short time, the entire Terra was in shambles. Li Qie, stop! Finally, Creek Bamboo and the others couldn't sit still any longer. They roared and the Terra paid a great price to activate 3 supreme formations left behind by their tree fathers. The 4 masters tried their best to empower the arrays. They knew full well that if the ancestral Terra couldn't stop Li Qie, the Spirit Abyss and Dream Empyrean would face demise as well. Boom! 3 majestic figures emerged in 3 different locations. Their emergence heralded a vigorous and peerless aura. Tree fathers! Many spectators shouted at their sight. Clank! One of the figures raised a divine sword. When it pointed towards the sky, a sword domain came into being. Billions of sword filled this space as if their descent could slaughter all creatures in the world. Boom! A different figure quickly made a mudra with his hands. Next, all of heaven's spirits seemed to have turned into a mountain and was held by this figure. When this destructive mudra came down, it carried the might of an entire world. Any existence would be crushed to a pulp before this power. Clang! A bell echoed across the 9 heavens. Next, the last figure controlled a large bell that came flying towards Li Qie. It seemed capable of devouring everything. Nothing could escape, and once trapped, they would be refined underneath immediately. These 3 formations were left behind by the Terra's Tree Fathers. When the formations were activated to the limit, the Tree Fathers would appear. All of them instantly tried to kill Li Qie after taking form. The 3 waves of power ravaged the world. Any existence would tremble and become powerless in face of this. Not bad. Li Qie laughed and unleashed his world seal. Boom! A strike crossed the sky. 3,000 worlds trembled because of it. One could see countless yin-yang fish rising to the sky. They formed a huge city, majestic and towering across the ages. It instantly blocked the attacks from the Tree Fathers. Bang! The resulting impact affected all of heaven's spirit. A huge tsunami was the result. 10 worlds yin-yang fish citadel. This was the ultimate blow of the yin-yang immortal refinement mirror, a wondrous defensive line. Clank, clank, clank. The swords, bell, and mountain were still crazily coming in order to destroy this citadel. That's a heavenly annihilation, right? Many experts exclaimed in shock after feeling the power of the citadel. While the 3 formations were going wild, another heavenly annihilation descended. It was accompanied by sonorous roars, screeches, and hymns. A divine fish, immortal whale, heavenly rat, Xueqi king, punishing serpent. 9 supreme figures emerged. These were immortal beasts visiting this world. Their primal and terrible auras engulfed the entire area. All the beasts and birds in the world screamed before dropping to the ground, not daring to move at all. Bang! The 9 beasts came killing towards the 3 great formations. The ancestral Terra seemed so insignificant before this strike, like a tiny boat caught in a storm. 9 Grand Supremes. This was the heavenly annihilation of an immortal emperor, true treasure. Divine Beast Zither. He can actually use 2 annihilations in just one breath. Everyone was stunned after seeing this. They didn't know what to say at all. Even the invincible existences were aghast. Even for them, they could also unleash heavenly annihilation with a true treasure. However, they couldn't do it in succession like this. Keep in mind that these attacks used an outrageous amount of blood energy. Even emperor assailants wouldn't be able to do it. It was something left for immortal emperors. We offer our blood to invite the will of the forefathers. At this time, not only Creek Bamboo's group took action, but the ancestors from the Terra have also made their move. They gathered the energy together and sacrificed their blood to the 3 formations to reach their peak potential so that the 3 Tree Fathers could kill Li Qie. Break! At this very second, Li Qie screamed and unleashed the 3rd. Boom! A mountain appeared in the sky and Buddha was descending. This attack annihilated all evils. The pious worshippers began to pray Buddhist chants. This ultimate attack carried the power of a Buddhist world with billions of contributing monks as well as the Buddhist Lord. Everything gathered in this mountain slamming down. Divine Mount Meru. The heavenly annihilation from the declivity Mountain Bell. One could imagine the power of 3 annihilations unleashed at the same time. The world fell into darkness as if the sun in the sky has been pierced. All creatures were scared out of their mind. They felt that an apocalypse was coming. During this darkness, everyone saw a shocking scene. The triple combination pierced through the Terra. In this split second, debris went flying everywhere. When the dust settled, there was a terrible crater left behind along with an amazing spectacle. After a good while, Heaven's spirit regained its brilliance. The sunlight began to shine across the world again. People could finally see 3 incredible trees appeared at the Terra. They were sealing and protecting the entire sect while emitting a divine radiance to stop the remnant force of the 3 heavenly annihilations. Nevertheless, an unfathomable crater was still created. Ancestral trees. The masters of Heaven's spirit shouted after seeing them. Chapter 15:27. Seeing the 3 ancestral trees standing in the middle of the world protecting the ancestral Terra suddenly made many people feel relieved. They were considerably old yet their life force was still plentiful. It looked as if they could live for another 1,000,000 years. Heaven's spirit found peace with their coming. It seemed that as long as they were around, both the ancestral Terra and Heaven's spirit would be perfectly fine. Our ancestral trees. The disciples from the Terra jubilated after seeing these trees. In their eyes, as long as the trees were around, they would never falter regardless of who they were facing. With the apocalypse caused by the 3 heavenly annihilations, there were many craters now surrounding the Terra. The main region was still protected by the trees. They became invincible the moment they took root and became one with the earth, allowing them to have the same power as when they were alive. They finally awakened. Creek Bamboo and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Everything would be fine now. Ancestral trees didn't wake up so easily unless their lineage was about to face an existential crisis. The 3 annihilations could be considered as such and would have wiped out the Terra completely. So that's an ancestral tree. Many experts in Heaven's spirit were in awe. The masters became emotional as well. Even emperors might not be able to break through these awakened trees at the Terra, unless they were willing to pay an exorbitant cost. Some people took a deep breath. This was the true power of the Terra. No wonder why their disciples would act so arrogant. They really had the backing to do so. After all, too few sects enjoyed this privilege like the Terra. Would Xueqi be able to break through the protection of 3 ancestral trees? Among the spectators nearby, some began to doubt Xueqi's abilities. Baz! One of the ancestral trees took action. A single branch thrust out in such a simple manner, but it was akin to the most terrible sword move. There was no overly convoluted path or variation, just a direct thrust, yet nothing in the world could stop or escape from it. Even 9 worlds' god kings became afraid before this throat-piercing attack, but Xueqi only smiled without dodging. Whoosh! The world seal appeared with the peacock tree. Immortal rays engulfed the sky like a peacock parading its tail. With a loud impact and sparks sputtering everywhere, this barrier of light managed to stop the thrusting branch. The sound wasn't earth-shatteringly loud, but everyone was shaken to the bones and became dizzy. Some immediately dropped to the ground and couldn't get back up. Rustle! A different ancestral tree took action with a downward slash of a branch. Despite not being a divine weapon, this slash left behind an indelible scar in the sky. Primordial chaos emerged on its path. This was a slash capable of cutting through everything in this world, returning them to the primordial chaos. Souls left the body before this attack. Everyone could feel themselves visiting the Yellow River after being split into 2 halves. Suddenly, a blessed tree with many vines emerged and wove together into a majestic wall to stop the incoming slash. Heaven Vine! Many people shouted in horror. That's the ancestral vine from the Heaven Vine Citadel. Why is here now? That's not the ancestral vine. People looked over at the citadel back at the Jade Sea. This was the same case as the peacock tree since the citadel was still there. This vine tree ahead was an exact copy as well. After curing the vine and gaining its permission, Xueqi has also copied it with his world seal. This is too unreal. Everyone became dazed. First he had the peacock tree, now the heavenly vine as well? Xueqi's methods are so terrifying. Baz! The third ancestral tree attacked with a shooting leaf. Despite being a little leaf, everyone had the illusion that it was made from 3,000 worlds, aiming to decapitate Li Qie. Just imagine, 3,000 worlds have turned into a throwing weapon. Its power was completely immeasurable and could cut down many stars in an instant. A gigantic bamboo tree appeared. With loud rustles, it moved its branches like mountain ranges scattering across the sky to stop the ultimate leaf. What is that? The crowd this time couldn't recognize this particular bamboo tree. This was, of course, the guardian deity of giant bamboo. It came out powerfully and stopped the leaf from that ancestral tree. In just a short time, there were 3 ancestral trees above the Terra on top of the peacock tree, heaven vine, and giant bamboo. This was a magnificent and stirring scene. This is like there are 6 ancestral trees. Even the most knowledgeable old men said emotionally, "I've never seen a more spectacular sight than this in my whole life." The existences in heaven's spirit felt suffocated as if their death was approaching. At this moment, the children in the Terra became slack-jawed. Stygian and the others were stunned too, with their palms sweating from being nervous. They had an ominous foreboding with a sense of unease. They felt a bit regretful for not agreeing to Li Qie's demand. So terrifying, we should never oppose Li Qie. After seeing him summon the peacock tree, heaven vine, and giant bamboo, even emperor assailants broke out in cold sweats. Such methods were unstoppable in the 9 worlds. No wonder why he was so confident and arrogant. Who could actually compete for the heaven's will against him? Bang! After the successful block, the 3 ancestral trees emitted a surging immortal light. Everyone could hear a buzzing sound. In this blink of an eye, they felt that the trees were sucking all of the power from heaven's spirit. It was as if the power from all the earth veins were being siphoned by the trees. The power from all plants in heaven's spirit heeded their call, allowing the trees to gain this power of life. Bang! Their true power erupted by several magnitudes. In a split second, they unleashed the same attacks as before. The thrust pierced through the immortal lights. The slash cut through heaven vine while the leaf also made it through giant bamboo's defensive barrier. All 3 attacks came from different directions straight towards Li Qie. In the end, his own trees were only copies and couldn't compare to real ancestral trees. The real ones took root in their earth, so they had immeasurable power. Careful! Many experts before their mirrors were astounded. Some even blurted at Li Qie. All eyes opened wide and some people event felt disappointed. Even a 9 worlds god king would die before this onslaught. Baz! In this key moment, crystals covered Li Qie's body. The branches and leaf struck him, but there was no damage. What? People couldn't believe their own eyes and had to shout. What is this? They saw the glittering and translucent crystal body stopping the attacks. Even the strongest crowd was amazed. Heaven's will crystal physique, the legendary impenetrable defense. But how the hell did he cultivate this? Isn't he a human? How was it a successful cultivation? Even those who knew the merit law couldn't believe it. Chapter 1528. The 2 branches and leaf from the 3 ancestral trees could make short work of a 9 worlds god king. However, Li Qie's shiny body under the protection of the crystal physique was impervious even against the ancestral trees. They simply couldn't break through. Whoosh! They tried again with the thickest branches, this time in the most destructive blow. In a split second, it was as if 3 tree fathers were attacking themselves. The branches acted like palms deriving wondrous laws to kill Li Qie. The Grand Tao cracked beneath this attack. All of heaven's spirits suffered earthquakes. The strongest wouldn't be able to escape this disaster unless they were an immortal emperor. However, the shiny light continued to flow on Li Qie's body. He was completely unharmed. Heaven's will crystal physique, untouchable even by emperors. How the hell did a human like Li Qie cultivate this supreme art from the golem race? An invincible character exclaimed emotionally. Another powerful being predicted. I wonder how long his physique can last? If it is on the same level as immortal Emperor Jingyu, it will completely surpass even a grand completion indestructible diamond physique. Li Qie chuckled while looking at the trees. Anything else? Go for it. He was completely unbeatable with the crystal physique since the trees couldn't kill him as long as it was activated. The Stygian monarchs group inside the Terra was astonished as well. They didn't expect Li Qie to have such an invincible art like the crystal physique. This allowed him to always be in an unlosable position. Ling Fengyun sighed as well. Liqia's power has far exceeded their expectation. It looked like they have underestimated him the entire time. Whoosh! 3 more branches stretched out from the trees just like laws. They came together to form a portal. When this portal opened, it looked like a world of primordial chaos. It was profound and dark with primal energy. It was as if this place has never been visited by man before. Banishment. It's a high-level spatial banishment. Even the strongest was alarmed to see this world behind the portal. Once banished to this space, even they wouldn't be able to return right away. While being lost inside, even a 9 worlds god king might take anywhere from 10 to 1,000 years to come back. This was the reason why the strong masters in the crowd were stunned. Bang! A wave emanated from this portal and rushed towards Liqia. This spatial wave wanted to drown him and left him nowhere to run. The experts understood what the ancestral trees wanted to do instantly. Liqia has used the crystal physique so they couldn't kill him. The only thing possible in this situation was to banish him so that he wouldn't be able to return. Liqia didn't bother avoiding this and smiled. Want to play with space? Very well, we'll see who is better. With that, the 13 palaces suppressing heaven's spirit quaked. It looked as if the coordinates of the world were visible and they locked onto a particular one. Liqia slightly pressed down with his palm on space itself. The entire area of the Terra was about to be melted. Even though the Terra had 3 ancestral trees, they still couldn't stop space removal from affecting the Terra. The space outside began to melt and this directly affected and resonated with the Terra's location. Boom! A different portal opened right outside like a primal beast wanting to swallow the entire world. Rumble! A vast amount of seawater overcame the Terra with a deafening blast. The entire land started to shake. The maelstrom! The experts shouted in horror. The maelstrom suddenly appeared right outside of the Terra, and intended on pulling the sect inside along with the Jade Sea itself. This again. People turned pale while watching this. Liqia has used space connection before back at the Warcliff to destroy the Regal Valley by using the maelstrom. Right now, he did it again with more preparation. Because of this, the Terra was still affected despite being protected by the ancestral trees. The portal leading to the deep space banishment shattered. Even though it was very powerful, it was no match for the maelstrom. Boom, boom, boom. The Terra was greatly affected by this earth-shattering development. The maelstrom seemed to be extremely hungry and could even bite the stars in the sky. This area fell into a terrible darkness. It was doomsday for the disciples there. Boom! In the midst of this crisis, the trees took action. Branches soared to the sky like waterfalls and poured down countless laws. Each of them turned into a chapter with an ensuing detonation. The chapter emitted an unstoppable divinity and left 3 marks from the trees on this space. Buzz! The space ripped open by Liqia began to close. The devouring power of the maelstrom gradually decreased. Not bad at all. Liqia smiled and didn't panic while the trees were intending to seal this space. Boom! He attacked again with his world seal by unleashing an annihilation. A terrible comic flame descended and incinerated all things. The trees activated their most powerful defense, but many of their leaves instantly withered beneath this terrible karmic flame. The defensive line failed to stop the fire completely. Though the flame didn't actually make contact with the Terra, the terrible heat wave seemed to be burning the whole place. Many cultivators couldn't escape in time and were instantly scorched into coals. Karmic Imperial Flame. This was the annihilation of the bright flame cauldron. It contained the karmic flames of the 9 heavens and 10 earths with an unimaginable power. Boom! This was only the beginning of the end. A second annihilation came right after. Darkness engulfed and stained everything around this realm. This was the ultimate attack from the immortal devouring evil jar that made the world tremble. It didn't end there. Boom! Even the deities would fall before this strike. The 9 Grand Supremes attacked again instantly. Bang! A fourth annihilation came right after. Chapter 1529. Divine Mount Meru. The fourth annihilation came down in the form of a towering mountain as if wanting to shatter everything between the heaven and earth. Clank! A saber hymn echoed in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the fifth annihilation descended with the world seal turning into a one-of-kind saber. Benevolence Prayer. This was the heavenly annihilation of the benevolent saber that had been imprinted to the world seal. One could imagine the power of 5 annihilations at once. It was as if 5 emperors had joined the fray. Is he insane? All of heaven's spirit fell into this apocalyptic scene. The creatures here were scared out of their mind. No one would ever forget such a frightening scene for the rest of their lives. Even a legendary god king would be rendered to ashes before 5 annihilations. This incoming doom was about to end heaven's spirit. God kings were mere ants before this attack. Rumble. Compared to others, the disciples at the Terra got a much better view of this world-destroying power. Even with the protection of the ancestral trees, chasms formed in their home. The Terra itself was being ravaged and on the verge of a total collapse. More explosions detonated. As the annihilations raged on, the closed portal opened again with the maelstrom showing its face outside of the Terra and beginning its swallowing process. If the trees were to fortify this spatial coordinates on top of stopping the annihilations, they couldn't protect the entire Terra. In a short time, many buildings were sucked in by the maelstrom. This scene was too magnificent. Tens of thousands of buildings and temples were gone in an instant, uprooted into the sky and twisted into nothingness. Who wouldn't be dazed and frightened by this scene? The Terra itself was helpless in this situation. If this continued on, even if the annihilations didn't do the job, the Terra would be sucked into the maelstrom completely. Is this the end for the Terra? The astonished crowd wondered as the land shook even more violently. Boom! A new world expanded with loud explosions before countless runes shot to the sky. The runes then turned into a magical ocean. The runes then gathered together into 3 ancestral marks. Thunders and bolts of lightning flashed in the sky right after as if an emperor was undergoing a tribulation. That's the ancestral mark. Only ancestral trees would have them. A spectator shouted after seeing the 3 marks. An ancestral mark was the foundation to become a tree father. One must form the mark then refine it into the foundation before creating an ancestral weapon. That's the prerequisites to become a tree father. However, when a tree father returned to the origin, the ancestral weapon would disperse, unavailable to the future generations. During this juncture of life and death for the Terra, the ancestral trees actually formed their ancestral marks. Anyone would find this unbelievable. A burst of immortal noise resounded. Amazing lights came down and this power engulfed the entire Terra. It was as if a true immortal was now protecting this location. Boom! Under this new power boost, the trees withstood the 5 annihilations while closing the Tao portal. The maelstrom finally disappeared again. The disaster had passed and the world fell into an eerie silence again. The disciples at the Terra still couldn't calm down. Rumble! Under the immortal power, the shattered Terra began to come together. The chasms and craters disappeared in a short time. It had taken on its old and perfect form. Did the ancestral Terra win? One expert regained his wits and asked. Looks like it has survived, but I'm afraid the 3 trees have paid a great price. They won't recover for a while. A supreme stared at the Terra with a dignified expression. The trees might have survived the calamity but not without cost. They looked spiritless with many leaves and branches drying up. Only the marks floating above them were fine. Even though it was to protect the Terra, the trees have shortened their lifespan. An invincible character noticed the clues and said emotionally, "Remember that after taking roots with the earth, these trees could live for a long time." However, in order to withstand the 5 annihilations and the maelstrom, the 3 trees exchanged their lifespan to protect the Terra. I'd rather commit suicide than oppose Xueqi. A different master was quite startled. Chills emanated down his spine as he uttered with a pale complexion. This was a place praised to be unconquerable even by immortal emperors. Though Xueqi has yet to take it down, forcing the trees to pay a heavy price was already an incredible and frightening feat for these masters. Opposing Xueqi didn't stop at their own death. It meant that their sex and future generations would be slaughtered by him as well. We're still alive. Our ancestors are invincible. After a long time, the disciples at the Terra cheered. Our invincible ancestors shall always protect us. They began to prostrate to worship the ancestral trees. Xueqi wasn't surprised at this outcome at all. He smiled faintly at the trees. Xueqi, you have lost and will never be able to break our ancestral Terra. Be smart and leave instead of opposing us. Creek Bamboo Immortal was crazily happy and shouted at Xueqi. Surviving this calamity made him completely confident. As long as their ancestral trees were around, their sect would be eternal and indestructible. Who says I've lost? Xueqi smiled leisurely. With our ancestral trees around, You will never be able to take us down. It's not too late to leave otherwise, Creek Bamboo uttered coldly. I pity your ancestral trees. Li Chia chuckled in response. Though people say that 2 tree fathers came from your branch, their achievements have absolutely nothing to do with you. You don't even know what your trees want or desire, yet you are standing here boasting. If they could come back to life, the first thing they'll do is crush you to death. You! Creek Bamboo was livid from hearing this and pointed at Li Chia without knowing what to say. Brother Bamboo. No need to argue with this junior. If he wants to speak nonsense, let him. Stygian consoled. The other masters heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that there was a chance now with the trees around. Li Chia, I won't waste words with you. Scram. Creek Bamboo took a deep breath and uttered. It is all in the past, we won't pursue this any further and end this here. Li Chia laughed and said. End it? That's not up to you. Open your dog eyes. Watch how I shall destroy your terra. Even the 3 great ancestral trees will only act as nourishment. Having said that, he turned around and disappeared. What? Many people exchanged glance after seeing him gone. Just now, he uttered ferociously about destroying the terra, yet he just got up and leave? That seemed contradictory. It's over like that? The mass was completely lost about his intention. This was the same for Creek Bamboo. However, Li Chia's fierce words earlier made him feel uneasy. Is he concocting some new plans? He paused for a moment before murmuring. Chapter 1530. Brother Bamboo, don't worry, he's only bluffing. He used all of his methods just now and still failed to break the protection from the 3 ancestral trees. I think he has given up. Dual Child comforted the worrying fella. Creek Bamboo stared at the 3 ancestral marks floating above. He couldn't anything but sigh. There was no other way for him since it was a battle to the death. The only thing he could do was to pray for the ancestral trees to suppress Li Chia if there was a chance. Otherwise, the threat would always loom and he'll come back eventually. In fact, Shen Mingtian and Dual Child had a heavy heart as well. Li Chia's power far exceeded their imagination. In the beginning, they thought that they could kill him by working together. Who would have thought that he would be pursuing them like dogs? After fleeing back to the ancestral terra, they wanted to see the ancestral trees killing Li Chia. Alas, the result frightened them as well. Even these trees couldn't do anything to him. Despite putting on a relaxed expression as if they have won the battle today, they were feeling very uncomfortable. They could live for now, but the feud had been made. Given Li Chia's current unstoppable momentum, he would surely become emperor in the future. Once he ascended to the throne, he would make his way back here. At that point, their dream Empyrean and Spirit Abyss could only wait for him to destroy them. They felt very regretful at this moment for being overconfident in the beginning. They wanted to do everything possible to capture Li Chia for the reincarnation 9 leaves and the method to cultivate 13 palaces. This was even an attempt to kill a future immortal emperor. Nevertheless, they underestimated his strength. With one misstep, they had lost everything. There was no medicine to cure regrets in this world. This feeling right now couldn't change the current situation. A serenity entered the world after Li Chia left. Even though he failed to destroy the Terra, this battle had still shocked everyone in Heaven's spirit. Even 3 ancestral trees working together had to exchange their lifespan to stop Li Chia. What a frightening result. Moreover, he was completely untouched and left so easily. Just think about it. Who could be his match now given his current power? It looks like he was only warming up and messing around prior to this. He never used his full power or resorted to all of his methods before. Experts who had seen him fight against Meng Zhentian commented softly. This was the moment when previous spectators realized that from beginning to end, Li Chia never considered someone like Meng Zhentian as his match. It was all a game to him. Fighting and killing Zhentian was only a warm-up. They understood that if Li Chia treated him as an opponent from the start, the moment he went all out, Zhentian wouldn't even have the chance to retaliate. He would be decapitated just like Dried Tree Divine Ancestor with just one move. Did Li Chia give up? An expert standing before a mirror wondered. No, this is only the beginning. The terror shall end after today. His fellow disciple standing next to him answered with a serious tone. Junior brother, why do you say so? The experts didn't understand. I don't think Li Chia can take down 3 ancestral trees. That's because you don't know him. The person replied. I have been observing him for a long time, ever since the massacre at the Peacock Land, then the Dongting Lake and Regal Valley. All along, he has been staying true to his words. If he says he's going to murder your family, no one will be able to stop him. He's not the type to attempt anything uncertain, so the Terra is done for. The senior brother was stricken with fear after hearing this. Being an enemy with Lichia was definitely anyone's nightmare. Death was inevitable regardless of how powerful they might be. Everyone held their breath waiting for Lichia to take action. However, time passed by and there was no sign of him. Most thought that he has given up. In fact, even the disciples from the Terra became relieved. Their ancestral trees have finally stopped Lichia, so they cheered. The storm has been weathered. Playtime's over. Alas, their celebration was quickly interrupted by Lichia's voice echoing across Heaven's spirit. He emerged again above the divine tree ridge and everyone could hear his declaration. It's time for my massacre. Poof! Lichia opened his death chapter. It opened wide and blotted out the entire tree ridge before entering its ground. Rumble! In a short time, countless runes emerged around Godhalt. They came together to form an even bigger chapter over the entire continent. These were the marks from the death chapter left deep underground by Lichia when he was walking across this continent. Poof! A death energy surged like an unstoppable flood. It poured out and drowned the divine tree ridge. Lichia used this vast energy to revive the dead in this area. What is he doing? Stygian back at the Terra had a terrible premonition. Boom! 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 A burst of explosions resounded like an earthquake vibrating across Heaven's spirit. The worst part was the stars falling down in the sky, leaving trails of blaze behind them. In a short time, a new calamity has arrived. Even the sun in the sky was affected and seemed to be on the verge of dropping down. Boom! All of Heaven's spirit turned dark. It wasn't because something was swallowing the sunlight, but rather the sun itself was being blotted out. Everyone's mouth was wide opened and they couldn't close it at all. Their soul left their body completely. Both ants and invincible existences were pissing in their pants. After a long time, one master finally murmured, What is that thing? That's the divine tree ridge. Another master answered him after taking a deep breath. An incredible event has happened. The ridge that was lying across Godhalt was now towering above the continent. In the past, when looking down from above, the ridge spanning for endless miles looked like a tree that has fallen on Godhalt. At this moment, it looked like a dried tree standing on top of Godhalt. Meanwhile, the Undying Gate was located right at the base and roots of this tree. What used to be mountain ranges before were now branches on top of this tree. Just think about it. These awesome and behemoth spectacles were mere branches. Just how shocking was this? Despite the majority of the tree being barren, it still covered more than half of Heaven's spirit. What the hell? Cultivators stared at the sky in a daze. Just imagine long and thick branches from Godhalt crossing through the large oceans. The size of this tree was beyond measure. Then the legend is true? The divine tree ridge is a giant tree that fell on Godhalt. A real monster of an existence. Even the masters were astounded and became pale with fright. No one believed this legend because they weren't willing to believe that there was such a large tree in this world. Boom! The entire world seemed to have exploded with this deafening blast. At this moment, the dead tree suddenly exuded a boundless green expanse like an ocean spewing out. Chapter 1531. Boom! A green light illuminated all of Heaven's spirit. The entire world was drowned in a blink. At this time, the withered tree was nowhere to be found. Only a verdant version emerged before the world and covered everything. Just one leaf alone was monstrous in size. The new tree couldn't be measured by any conventional means since it was several times larger than the dead version. Moreover, the branches were much more numerous with countless leaves growing from them. Each leaf was already unimaginably large, the size of a mountain or a plain. At this time, this boundless vitality pervaded Heaven's spirit and bathed its inhabitants. Everyone felt relaxed as if they were several thousand years younger. Is it obtaining immortality? Everyone became emotional while immersed in this life force. This was the tree returning to its peak form with the death chapter, not a type of rebirth. It was simply hearkening back to its past life. Time to end this. Lichia's voice echoed across the world. Rumble! Gigantic dragons rushed out from the spirit abyss right away and made their appearance clear by howling. Boom! They began to tear the abyss apart and pulled out the deepest location from this sect. Bang! This location filled with darkness was crushed into nothingness. All protection and seals were insignificant before these dragons. Those aren't dragons. Upon a closer inspection, the masters would see that they were thick branches coming out of the earth. Whoosh! A branch came down from the sky towards the primordial weapon floating above the abyss. This was an artifact engulfed in primordial chaos. Nevertheless, it still couldn't escape from the tree's suppression. The branch instantly coiled around this weapon and dragged it away from the abyss. After it was taken away, a series of explosions happened. The abyss began to crumble into pieces. Kill! Many ancestors and experts saw the artifact being dragged away. They wildly howled and rushed towards the branch in order to take it back, for it was everything to their sect. Pluff! Other branches shot down like arrows. The result was obvious. All of these ancestors and disciples were instantly killed, including those who didn't participate. They were skewered by the branches together into a string. In a short period, the dead disciples were still confused. They didn't even last one move before these branches. Oh God! The young and old at the abyss were scared out of their mind while running out of the abyss. However, Xueqi didn't bother looking at these defenseless people and didn't try to kill him. He intended on sparing the young and old, or they wouldn't have made it outside. No! The abyss was annihilated so quickly. Effort accumulated from many generations turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. This made Stygian scream and rushed out from the Terra. However, it was too late. Another branch descended and nailed him to death in the sky. His blood dripped down one drop at a time to the ocean and slowly disappeared. It was an indignant death. Their abyss has experienced countless generations using the advantage of Godhalt. Alas, it was all gone now. All eyes were wide open to see the Stygian monarch being crucified up above. Boom! More detonations resounded with branches coming down and piercing through the dream Empyrean. No! The disciples there were massacred in the same manner. The young and old were spared, but anyone else who has cultivated was killed. Bang! 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 The dream Empyrean was torn asunder. The branches then dragged the antique item away as well as the sect's treasury. Die! Shen Mengtian inside the ancestral Terra cried out and soared to the sky to kill these branches. That was the only thing on his mind. Boom! His resistance was futile since he was also nailed to the sky by one of the branches just like Stygian. Rustle! A thick branch coiled towards the direction of the fleeing roaring conch and instantly stopped it from moving. Do not resist, abandoned ship. Ling Fengyun was horrified as well. He used his top speed to rush towards the conch and yelled sternly. But a few ancestors hesitated. How could they give up their home so easily? Pluff! Screams came about. All of the ancestors and experts who either hesitated or resisted were skewered. Even Ling Fengyun couldn't save them. He could only watch these resisting members die. We might have an agreement, but there is no mercy for those who do not obey. Liqia's voice loomed in the sky. Leave. Ling Fengyun couldn't change the situation. He swept his sleeve and brought all the lucky survivors out of the roaring conch. This was a supreme technique that could instantly send them to safety. There's no turning the tide. This isn't something you can resist. Now, be a normal person and find peace for the rest of your lives. Fengyun gently sighed and left the refugees since his fate was up to Liqia now. The branch pulled the roaring conch back. This gigantic ship was now in Liqia's possession. In the blink of an eye, 3 great lineages have been eliminated from history. However, the roaring conch had a much better result compared to the spirit abyss and the dream Empyrean. Though Liqia spared the weak, all of the other disciples and ancestors were massacred completely. However, only a few experts from the roaring conch were killed. More than 90% of its disciples managed to stay alive. This was due to Ling Fengyun's wise decision. If he didn't surrender and chose to fight like his peers, the conch would have ended in the same way as the other 2 sections. Alas, the ship itself was no more, so they have lost their ancestral ground and resources. Furthermore, like Fengyun has said, they needed to live a quiet life from now on since they have lost the chance to rise to domination in the future. This slightly acceptable outcome was given to them by Ling Fengyun. Otherwise, they would have opposed him and that would end with their destruction. In a short time, all of heaven's spirit became quiet. Not to mention ordinary ancestors, Even god kings pissed their pants. Their legs grew weak as they stared at the gigantic tree. Time to finish this. Li Qie chuckled while everyone else held their breath. After the destruction of these three sects, it was the ancestral Terra's turn. Ha! I'll take you on. Dual Child laughed and left the ancestral Terra. He understood that the three ancestral trees won't be able to protect even themselves, so he might as well die an early death instead of prolonging this. You shall get one move. Li Qie answered. When my tree is at its peak, even your father would have to take the long way around, let alone you. This verdant tree had an unbelievable power at its highest state. Even emperors would be apprehensive about fighting it. One move it is. I won't be begging for mercy. Dual Child crazily roared. Die. He poured the rest of his vitality and longevity blood onto the true treasure. Boom! A heavenly annihilation came out. It shattered the sky vault and severed many branches with an unfathomable might. Alas, this annihilation still couldn't oppose the green tree. It instantly shattered this move and crucified Dual Child as well. However, unlike Shen Mengtian and Stygian, Dual Child died with his eyes closed. Chapter 1532. This was a quiet world stricken with a palpable pressure due to the corpses of Dual Child, Stygian, and Shen Mengtian nailed to the sky. The suffocated crowd had sweat all over. Remember that these three represented the top existences for Heaven's spirit. Even if they weren't emperor assailants, there was only a little gap. Powerful characters like them could be counted on one's hands in Heaven's spirit. However, against that green tree, they were mere ants and were instantly slaughtered. Just how terrible was its power? Many people recalled what Li Qie has said earlier. Even if Dual Child's father was in this world, he would still have to take the long way around this tree. Remember that his father was an emperor. Just thinking about this terrified everyone. The power of this tree has exceeded their imagination. This prompted the question, what the heck was it? Even though after withering, it turned into the divine tree ridge. Then what about when it was alive? At this time, people held their breath while looking at the Terra. Their heartbeat became rapid because they knew that this was the end for this sect. Among the five, Shen Mengtian, Stygian, and Dual Child were killed in battle. Ling Fengyun has surrendered. The only one left was Creek Bamboo. Furthermore, three great powers have been annihilated. The ancestral Terra most likely couldn't escape this fate either. It was very somber inside the sect. An air of despair ravaged this place. Just a while ago, the experts were celebrating and thought that the three ancestral trees could protect them from this disaster. Alas, it was inevitable. Let's do this. Li Qie's voice came from the 9 heavens. Li Qie. No. Young noble Li. I surrender. Our ancestral Terra will surrender. Creek Bamboo soared to the sky and raised the white flag. We will give up everything and surrender. From now on, the ancestral Terra is yours. He beseeched. It's too late. The faint voice responded. I have given you an opportunity but you didn't value it. A missed venture does not return. Young noble Li, everyone makes mistakes. We lost today and we will hand over the Terra. This is our everything. Will you still not spare us? Creek Bamboo begged loudly. You didn't have this thought in the beginning and only changed your mind after facing despair. There is no medicine for regrets in this world. The voice leisurely said. Young noble Li, as the saying goes, killing someone is only making their head fall on the ground. Creek Bamboo continued begging. All right, no need to talk to me about morality or act all pitiful. The Grand Tao is merciless. There's no room for mercy. After making the wrong choice, you must face it bravely. The high heaven does not forgive the weak or bully the strong. Though I am not the high heaven, I will not give the enemy a second chance. If I were to lose, I would also face a grotesque end without regrets. Li Qie was unmoved. No one said anything during this cry for mercy from Creek Bamboo. There was nothing else to say since this was the world of cultivation where the law of the jungle reigned. Once they chose to be enemies, it was a fight to the bitter end. In a war like this, if Li Qie were to win, he would slaughter his enemies. But if he had lost, Stygian and others would have ripped him to pieces or maybe even tortured him. War has always been cruel and the enemies would never show mercy. Because of this, there was no need to reciprocate. Creek Bamboo stood there with a pale complexion. They were willing to give up everything to stay alive, but Xueqi refused. He was overwhelmed with regrets since he was the one who brought this disaster upon the ancestral Terra. It wouldn't only end with an invasion. They would be destroyed just like the Empyrean and the Abyss. He regretted not picking the same choice as Ling Fengyun. At the very least, he would have been able to protect his descendants. But now, both the Terra and its disciples were about to turn into ashes. He was too confident at the start due to the protection of the ancestral trees. But then again, no one in the world would have expected such an outcome. Ultimately, he has become the sinner of the Terra for causing its demise. Are you ready? Doom is here. Xueqi's faint voice descended. Branches drilled down from the sky straight for the Terra. They looked quite weak and fragile, but the reality was that nothing could stop them. Kill! Creek Bamboo had no other choice but to die in battle. He roared as his body exploded. His remaining vitality instantly unleashed the last attack. There was only a bloody shadow shooting to the sky containing all of his longevity blood. It was quite destructive in nature. Boom! It still couldn't change anything. The bloody shadow seemed weak against the piercing branches and was instantly killed. The branches continued onward for the ancestral Terra. The ancestral marks floating above exuded endless laws that turned into a gigantic shield. It covered all of the sect like the vault of the sky. Boom! The unbelievable happened. This shield actually managed to stop all the branches. The entire place shook like crazy. The ancestors and experts dropped to the ground from the vibration. The ocean outside had numerous tsunami as if the land here was about to sink. Wow! Many disciples there cheered after seeing the shield. They saw hope that the ancestral trees could stop the verdant trees' offense. Too bad, this is only the final death throes. Xueqi's voice echoed across the world again. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, thick branches landed down around the sea surrounding the Terra. The sect itself lost connection with heaven's spirit. Boom! Everyone could feel the world quake a little bit. It wasn't due to an overwhelming force but rather, the connection between the Terra and the earth was severed. Sure enough, the initially radiant marks lost their light as if the ancestral tree's roots were cut down. The ancestral trees can't borrow the power of the world anymore. An invincible character understood what was going on and murmured. Everyone knew that returning to the earth allowed these trees to be one with the world, allowing them to use the strength of the countless earth veins. However, the verdant tree has severed this connection, so the three ancestral trees couldn't use these earth veins anymore. Bang! The branches pierced through the shield without hesitation. After breaching the area, they coiled around the three ancestral trees like spirit snakes. Shit, run away! The experts here lost all courage. In a short time, it was a scene of chaos. Even some ancestors turned and ran. No! Let the young and old escape, we shall stay. A high-ranking ancestor took charge and howled loudly to stop the fleeing party. In the next second, several ancestors brought a huge ship here and boarded all the young and old before sending them away. They understood that Xueqi definitely wouldn't spare them even if they made it to the far horizons. However, he wouldn't pursue the truly helpless, so they sent this group away. In their eyes, even if their Terra was about to be destroyed, at the very least, some of their bloodlines could still continue. Chapter 1533. Right when the Terra's ancestors were taking the young and old away, the fight between Xueqi and the three ancestral trees was nearing the end. Baz! Blinding immortal light oozed out of the trees' marks. They were going all out in one last hurrah. I'll show you Ants what is called an immortal weapon. Xueqi answered. Whoosh! The verdant tree blotting out heaven's spirit had an ancient mark appearing on it. The world was engulfed in its terrible power. This mark was many times stronger than the ancestral tree's marks and made them seem so insignificant. What is that? Even the most powerful Ants were shouting after feeling the immortal power of this ancient mark. Boom! The three marks from the ancestral trees immediately disintegrated into thick laws that were instantly siphoned by the verdant tree. It swallowed them and fused them into its own ancient mark. With a brushing sound, the immortal lights from the three ancestral trees dimmed down instantly after their marks were taken away. They looked like candles in the wind that could be extinguished with a gust of breeze. Rumble! The entire Terra was shaking. The branches of the verdant tree coiling around the ancestral began to pull them up from the ground. No! The ancestors and cultivators in the sect screamed pitifully with despair. In their mind, the ancestral trees represented everything, but now, They were being pulled from the roots. It was too much of a blow to their confidence, so despair took over. Boom! Finally, all 3 trees were taken off completely. Their leaves began to wither after leaving the soil. These trees took root with the earth, so once they left, it meant death. One could imagine the consequence of Xueqi's action. This scene shocked everyone in heaven's spirit. They stood agape for a long time. Some jaws even nearly dropped to the ground. Ancestral trees were supreme existences in the mind of many in heaven's spirit. Rumor has it that not even immortal emperors could uproot them. However, Xueqi has done so to 3 of them at the same time. Such a scene was too much to take in. Regardless of who they might be, they were horrified with shuddering legs. Even emperor assailants felt the same way. No, no, no! The experts in the Terra cried in anguish. From today on, their ancestral Terra has been erased from heaven's spirit. Ready for death? Xueqi's voice came again after uprooting the trees. Heaven's spirit was speechless. Everyone understood that facing Xueqi meant death regardless of who his opponents might be. The disciples, experts, and even the ancestors were silent. As the ship took the young and old away, Xueqi didn't bother pursuing them and simply let them escape. Of course, some disciples tried to escape secretly, but the majority of experts and even ancestors stay behind. After all, this was their home. They didn't want to escape and knew that it wasn't possible either. Once they tried, Xueqi would start to massacre everyone. We'll fight to the death. One ancestor rallied the troops in a frenzy. Yes, fight to the death. All the experts felt their blood boiling and were ready to die. There was no other choice, for this was their only end. In an instant, these disciples formed a grand formation. It was immense, consisting of millions. Once it took form, the blood energy gathered into an ocean of blood. Kill! The disciples inside this array shouted. With a loud blast, all of the vitality from these disciples unleashed one final blow. The sky was shattered while the stars rustled. The power of this attack ravaged the world. Pointless struggle. Xueqi spoke again. At this moment, the branches wove together into a green spear that was thrown straight down. The formation couldn't do anything before this spear. It penetrated the arrays instantly and caused a rain of blood and screams. The branches then pierced through the opponent's chest. Countless bodies were skewered together. Many people vomited after seeing so many bodies in the sky. This was a ruthless killing. Next, the branches shuddered and all of the bodies fell down into the ocean. In just a short period, so many bodies floated on the surface. The spectators felt their scalp tingling watching this scene. No one dared to make a sound due to being completely horrified. The terror is done for. After a long time, someone finally commented. A place praised to be impregnable even by emperors had turned to ashes. A legend has ended today. Quite a shocking turn of event. In just one day, Xueqi has destroyed the Spirit Abyss, Dream Empyrean, Roaring Conch, and the Ancestral Terra. After this battle, everyone could only kneel before him. No one would dare to lift their head or walk proudly in front of him, regardless of how strong they might be. Clang! The branches nailed themselves to the ground, followed by a series of explosions. One could see their treasuries being dragged out. Mountains and springs, as well as fields and treasures, were all taken by Xueqi. Generations of accumulation made the Terra full of treasures. All of that has become Xueqi's personal possession. Everyone watched, but no one dared to have a single thought of greed. To be frank, even if a single coin of Xueqi fell on the ground, no one would dare to pick it up. Everyone knew that opposing him would invite a sect-destroying disaster. Xiong Qianbei, heed my call. He spoke again. Very few have heard of this name in heaven's spirit. They were curious about the reason why he called out this name. In an inconspicuous sea realm in this world, an old man hurriedly flew to the sky and prostrated. He was pale with fright and spoke with trepidation. Your servant is here, please give the order, your majesty. He almost pissed his pants and didn't even have the courage to raise his head. Boom! A huge branch from the sky took down a corner of the Terra and threw it towards the sea. Xueqi said, "Take it, this land is yours now. Your majesty, your servant was blind and didn't know that you are the contemporary immortal emperor. I was foolish and blinded by greed. An ant like myself wouldn't dare to negotiate with you, your majesty." He finally understood who he was making a deal with in the past. At this particular juncture, He wouldn't dare to talk with Li Qie about conditions, even if he was 100 times more courageous. If Li Qie wanted something, he would hand it over without a hesitation. He was afraid of Li Qie becoming angry. This was someone who could annihilate his clan and race. At that moment, he would be the sinner of the Xiong clan. "Take it. My words are made of gold and shall be carried out," Li Qie said slowly. "Thank you, Your Majesty. The Xiong clan will never forget your kindness." Qianbei didn't dare to refuse an imperial order, so he immediately bowed his head more than 10 times while being scared out of his wits. Chapter 1534. The verdant tree covered all of heaven's spirit as if it was the real ruler. All other creatures seemed so tiny beneath its shadow, not worth mentioning at all. People could only look up to this tree with fear in their mind. Any existence would feel that they couldn't reach the apex, completely helpless. For example, all Marshal General also shared this same sentiment with a tinge of powerlessness. He wasn't even an ant compared to this verdant tree. In the past, he didn't understand why his princess supported Li Qie so much. She even felt that it was natural for him to sit above a sea god. But now it was all clear. He felt that her choice was quite insightful and visionary. He has destroyed the ancestral Terra even before becoming an immortal emperor. Then what about after his ascension? Just thinking of that made the general shudder. Li Qie was already frightening enough now. After becoming emperor, the general could only describe Li Qie with one moniker: Eternal Prime Emperor. In fact, he wasn't the only one with this thought. Many experts at the pinnacle of heaven's spirit were trembling as well. Before shouldering the heaven's will, this was his capability. After becoming emperor, they would be insects before him. The greatest emperor of all time. One invincible master gently sighed. This was perhaps inevitable in the future. All existences were nervous with fear. Some were forced on the ground while shaking in heaven's spirit. 3 great powers have been destroyed, and even the famous impregnable ancestral Terra couldn't escape this fate. Just thinking about Li Qie's ferocious method to uproot the 3 ancestral trees made everyone shudder. Some even lost control of their bowel movement. Many people in the future would wake up in the middle of the night due to seeing the nightmarish scene of today. How could anyone ever forget 3 ancestral trees being forcibly uprooted? This merciless scene has imprinted itself into everyone's memories for the rest of their lives. "Anyone else wants to take me on?" His voice echoed again. Though no one could see him, they could feel his gaze sweeping by all of heaven's spirit to their horror. Even the strongest masters didn't dare to face him at this moment. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the Bone Sea. His eyes became extremely profound. "Come out and fight?" A second challenge echoed and terrified the crowd. Of course, he wasn't challenging the experts of this world since he was aiming for the Bone Sea. However, it was completely silent, as if no creature has heard his words. No one answered his challenge. "Your Majesty, please recall your technique." The frightened people of this world directly called him king now. They prostrated and hoped that he would recall his power. In fact, all of the cultivators here misunderstood him and thought that he was challenging heaven's spirit's inhabitants. Even the invincible masters began to flee without saying goodbye to anyone. Of course, no one in heaven's spirit was worthy of fighting him. Only the Bone Sea was a challenge at this moment. But its lack of response made Li Qie look away. He darted towards Godhalt in a very mysterious location. It was a gaze capable of crossing through time and everything in this world. At this moment, he was illuminating that location. Looks like it is giving up completely, which necessitates finding a completely new method. He slowly spoke while fixating in this place. There was no response or reaction either. The place was still mysterious and normal-looking. No one would give it a second glance outside of Li Qie. He eventually retracted his gaze as well. "I want to fight, but unfortunately, they all want to hide with their tail tucked between their legs. What a shame." His words resounded sonorously across the world, robbing its inhabitants of their colors. "Boss, who would dare to fight you now? Please, recall your power already." Some of the bowing crowd couldn't help but beg. Emperor assailants were running away as well while thinking that Li Qie was asking for more opponents. At this key juncture, no one dared to oppose him, let alone fighting him. Even assailants would be slaughtered by him since the 3 ancestral trees failed as well. This misunderstanding wasn't resolved in the end. A pity. In the end, He could only sigh since he couldn't do anything if the Bone Sea and the Divine Tree Ridge chose against coming into being. Whoosh! As the crowd was trembling in fear, the verdant tree blotting out the world suddenly disappeared with a loud noise. A boundless green radiance fell upon Heaven's spirit. These green wisps fluttered downward, creating a beautiful and dreamy spectacle. With this tree gone, many experts stare back towards the Divine Tree Ridge. They found that it was finally back to its original position of stretching through Godhalt. It was still one of the 12 burial grounds, as if nothing has happened. People rubbed their eyes and felt that this was only a dream. One expert even told the person next to him, "Hey, pinch my thigh." The pain told him that it wasn't a dream. Of course, this was obvious looking at the destroyed great powers as well. The ultimate massacre just now was indeed reality. Though it was over, a somber serenity overwhelmed Heaven's spirit for a long while. Experts and lineages didn't dare to voice their opinion. To embellish the atmosphere a little, one could even say that no one dared to breathe loudly. The cultivators in this world chose to hide in their home instead of showing their face. The battle today has shattered their courage. A few masters who just got out of their coffins immediately crawled back in. Be smart and tuck your tail in this generation. Do not cause trouble. Some emperor assailants even warned their descendants before running back to their lairs. Li Qiye returned to his tetrawar bronze chariot and casually threw the ancient jade from the Dream Empyrean and the primordial weapon of the abyss at Su Yonghuang. Try your best researching these two items. It will be very beneficial, he said lightly. For me? I have treasures already. She found this surprising. Though she didn't know why these two treasures were amazing, they were definitely extraordinary since they were the defining artifacts of the Abyss and Empyrean. Your main treasure belongs to the Su clan, so place it back into the old temple. These two treasures, on the other hand, shall go on conquest with you. He knew what she was referring to. When he gave the old treasure to the Su clan back then, it was to protect them. Thus, after Su Yonghuang found it again, he still hoped that it could stay in their old temple, so continue protecting them. He owed them this much. Yonghuang quietly puts away the two treasures. Li Qiye had so many treasures, so he must have his reasons for giving these two to her, she felt. Chapter 1535. This was an unprecedented aftermath in Heaven's spirit. In the past, regardless of the victor after a great battle, it would become the topic of the streets and tea houses. However, the abnormal part was the unwillingness to discuss this battle. The majority of the sects fell into silence with their members all in hiding. Moreover, these sects were under strict vigilance, not allowing anyone to cause trouble or leave the gate. It can be said that this quiet period was the most peaceful time in Heaven's spirit's history. In the past, even during the most prosperous and tranquil generation, there would always be conflicts and skirmishes between powers due to the sheer size of Heaven's spirit. However, in just virtually one night, everyone started playing nice like obedient children. Of course, docility wasn't the reason. It was because they were frightened out of their mind from yesterday. Some found themselves trembling with fear yesterday, and nightmare disturbed their sleep. Trepidation and prudence became the norm. Such deathly stillness made the reclusive old man residing about the clouds laughed. There hasn't been a massacre like this in a while now. Only when that damned crow does something like this would those uppity juniors know how to act and realize what kind of primordial monster they're facing. The old man wasn't surprised at all about this massacre. He has predicted that Li Qiye would do something big after coming back. This was the reason why he didn't allow for the kids from his giant dragon kingdom to come out. Once they offended a character like the Dark Crow, even if Li Qiye were to give him some face, he would still peel their skin. A capital punishment could be forgiven, but he wouldn't let them live too easily. On true Marshall Island, the wind gently fluttered by creating a scenic charm. At this moment, Li Qiye and Tantai Runan were standing on a cliff to look at the open sea with their hands clasped together. The two didn't say anything and only enjoyed the beautiful incoming waves. He eventually sighed softly and broke the silence. "This might be your last time watching the tides with me, young master," she said. Li Qiye had a slightly sad expression without responding. In fact, he didn't know when they will be able to meet again. Perhaps this would be their final meeting. This wasn't his first separation since people came and went in his millions of years. Some were resting underground, some chose to never come out again. Others were eternally separated by distance. His stoic manner and emotionless heart were the results of these separations. It wasn't because of personality or cruelty. This stemmed from a helplessness of eternal life. He would continue to live on while those next to him left one by one. Moreover, his path was still long with many goals. There was no resting, halting, or looking back. He replied softly, "I am an irresponsible master. You have always accompanied as a friend, but I can't stay behind for you." She immediately embraced him tightly by the waist. He returned the passionate gesture. "No," she said. "Young master, it isn't your fault. No one in this world is worth for you to break your eternal path. Not me either. You will keep going until the final battle at the end of the world. This is your pursuit and dream. That's my young master. Only someone like that is worthy of my old effort and company in the past. Plus, your resilience and persistence gave me courage and determination. Even when you are gone, you will always live in my heart." They hugged each other even tighter. They knew that another meeting in the future might be a fool's hope. It seemed as if they were one and could hear each other's heartbeat. Outside of this sound, there was nothing else in the world. "See you, young master," she whispered in his ear after a long while. "See you, Runen," he responded melancholically with a quiet mumble. Even an emotionless being like him fell into a daze. Finally, he let go and left quickly without looking back at her. As he made his departure, he didn't realize that her eyes had become moist. She watched him leave until he disappeared into the horizon before closing her eyes, and the tears finally flowed down from the corners. "Young master, live on. I know you will win, you will," she murmured to herself. She couldn't possibly know the result of the final battle in the future. However, she was certain of his victory because her young master would always stand back up. Even if he were to fall into a bottomless abyss, he would climb back out again to sweep across the world. This was her young master, her man. One who would never give up regardless of the outcome. The island finally disappeared into the vast ocean. No one would see it again as it waited for the right time to make an entrance. Xueqi didn't return to the mortal emperor world right away after leaving the island. He brought Su Yonghuang to the Seven Martial Pavilion instead. In the past, he has made a deal with them. He would replenish the hallowed ancestor's life while they would take him to see the prime sea god. They traveled through the domains to reach the pavilion. This was the strongest lineage of the sea demon race, their beacon of light. It has produced 3 sea gods. All along, it had many geniuses and experts. People in Heaven's spirit didn't only love talking about the sea gods but also their wondrous technique, the 7 grand styles. Of course, their knowledge was limited to the legends. In fact, few have actually seen the styles themselves, including the disciples from the sect. This wasn't strange at all. For millions of years, the ones who have actually learned all 7 were very rare. Hallowed was one of them. The pavilion's territory was immense and prosperous. The architectures here were numerous and immersed in a faint mist. People would think that they have arrived at a reclusive paradise after seeing the visual phenomena found in this place. Not one of the strongest powers of the sea demon race. The most distinguished member of the pavilion, the hallowed ancestor, personally greeted Xueqi. His status wasn't only prestigious in the pavilion but throughout all of Heaven's spirit. However, this gray-haired man immediately kneeled after seeing Xueqi and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, please forgive me for not being able to greet you earlier." Xueqi smiled after seeing this scene. "Hallowed, you live up to your name, different from ordinary men. If you refer to me by this title, then you know of my identity." "Your Excellency." Even the Supreme Ancestor didn't dare to stand up at this moment. It wasn't because of his early destruction of those other lineages, more so because of his true identity. Others weren't aware, but he has found out at this moment. Thus, how could he dare to show any slight at this moment? Chapter 1536. Xueqi gently waved his sleeve while looking at the prostrating ancestor. "Rise, I'm here to complete the transaction with you." Hallowed was halfway up, but after hearing the full sentence, his legs turned weak, so he kneeled again and hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, this lowly one was blind before like a frog under the well. I didn't know that you have personally arrived in Heaven's spirit. Trying to make a deal with you was a momentary lapse of propriety. Please forgive this ignorant one. I don't dare to trouble you with this life replenishment matter." Since he didn't know about Xueqi's identity before, he tried to negotiate with the guy. But now, with this knowledge in mind, who would dare to negotiate with the eternal Dark Hand? Even emperors would have to take the long way around, Others weren't qualified to do so. He was no exception either. I've always been a man of my words. Li Qie waved his sleeve again. If I have agreed to replenish your life, I shall do so. Your Excellency, I won't ever forget your grace. The frightened ancestor finally heaved a sigh of relief and bowed again. I'll lead the way for you, he said with reverence after standing up. Li Qie nodded. Very well, I haven't visited your pavilion in a while. It's a good time to see its pretty sceneries. The hallowed ancestor quickly told the 7 martial goddess standing next to him. Pavilion Lord, Miss Su isn't familiar with our home, so why don't you show her around? Though he lacked a clear understanding of Li Qie, he has heard of some legends before. Because of this, he didn't wish for a third party during their conversation. The goddess took Su Yonghuang away to fulfill her role as a good host. Your Excellency, please come in. The ancestor became Li Qie's guide. He entered the pavilion and took his time appreciating the beautiful sceneries with the ancestor. It was quite vast and magnificent all around with ethereal mists and clouds. The mountains and rivers were flourishing just like a land of immortals. Anyone would forget their way home from loving it so much. There was no rush to meet the prime sea god at all. Today, the entire sect was very quiet with virtually no ordinary disciples around. Even the experts were nowhere to be found. Only the ancestors showed themselves. This was because the hallowed ancestor ordered specifically for the disciples to cultivate in isolation since Li Qie was coming. He was afraid that some disciples might not know the immensity of the heaven and earth. If they were to annoy Li Qie, then the pavilion would face a great disaster. Even the ancestral Terra was annihilated and their sect wasn't that much stronger than the Terra. An angry Li Qie might mean an unavoidable doom. Moreover, he has heard that the Eternal Dark Hand didn't like others talking about him, especially about his past. Because of this, he was afraid of the disciples being too curious and think about a few things. That would lead to more trouble. The entire pavilion was open for him, including the forbidden and secret locations. The ancestor understood that if Li Qie wanted to go somewhere, no one would be able to stop him anyway. Since he could come and go as he pleased, it would look better for them to open the entire sect to him. Hallowed took him to many places unavailable to the protectors and elders as his guide without holding back. Eventually, the two of them reached the highest peak overlooking all of the magnificent sceneries of the sect. Li Qie took in the scene and eventually said, "The 7 Martial Pavilion is a treasure ground. Prime was very insightful indeed and has expended painstaking effort to create the sect here. Our descendants are blessed today due to the protection of the progenitor and the wise sages." Hallowed hurriedly answered, "Everything here was left behind for us already. Alas, we of the future generations are incompetent and can't make it even stronger." Li Qie glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, I don't have any desire towards your pavilion, but I do know that your sect has accumulated more than enough power with no lack of treasuries and resources." Being revealed by Li Qie left Hallowed with a red complexion. He smiled wryly in response, "It's all due to our progenitor, including the current shielding situation. We are simply reaping the benefits of having a golden spoon. While it's true that he has performed the overarching shielding plan for the sect, the current accumulation and power of the sect aren't all due to him. This takes many generations and part of it is because of your contribution." Li Qie said flatly. "This lowly one didn't do much at all. Can't reach the apex and can't get into your sight, Your Excellency." Hallowed humbly responded with haste. "No need to be humble. The hidden resources are quite incredible at this moment, but I don't care for this particular inheritance. Don't worry." Li Qie reiterated nonchalantly. "Ah, just a bit of resource, not enough to impress you at all, Your Excellency." Hallowed smiled hollowly. Despite being very famous in Heaven's spirit, the pavilion maintained a low-key presence. This wasn't to say that they didn't bother with worldly affairs or chose a reclusive way of life. It was because they rarely took in guests. Any other powerful sea god's lineage would be quite eventful and crowded. There would be great fanfare after the birth of a sea god since they would accept the tributes from sea demons everywhere. Alas, the pavilion didn't do so. Only extremely important people could visit this sect as a guest. They also rarely took in tributes or meeting requests from other sea demons. Most people in Heaven's spirit, especially the sea demons, found this quite peculiar. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but not Li Qie. The pavilion's ancestral ground was completely hidden by an extremely heaven-defying method. On the surface, the pavilion wasn't different from the other sea gods' lineages. However, it was hiding many things that couldn't be seen from the outside. One had to enter before discovering these hidden matters. Of course, only someone of Liqia's level would be able to see through the true mysteries once inside. Such concealment had no effect on Liqia even if Hallowed tried to. There's a reason why your progenitor has the title Prime. Liqia uttered slowly. Even though he started later compared to the Roaring Conk's progenitor, his outstanding vision wasn't something the Roaring Conk's progenitor could compare to. Even before becoming a sea god, he already had plans. Despite failing to make a choice like the others, he still left behind a backup plan for your pavilion or even the entire sea demon race. He continued, but as for that Roaring Conch sea god, his choice might have added some advantages, but it came from a self-serving intent. Well, Hallowed became frightened and whispered, Your Excellency, is this the right place to discuss this? With that, he secretly pointed up above. Liqia smiled in response. Don't worry, spying is possible in the past, but now, I actually want to see it happen. If they dare to come out, I shall fight, but if they continue hiding, there's nothing I can do even if I want to initiate a war. Hallowed was scared out of his mind after hearing this secretive topic. He couldn't help but steal glances at the sky, and was a bit afraid of a pair of eyes suddenly opening above. After all, his sect has been hiding many things. In fact, this has been the case for 3 generations of sea gods. Nevertheless, he understood that the eternal Dark Hand had no fear of anything. If someone actually dared to meet the challenge, a war will ensue to the bitter end. Hallowed wouldn't dare to conjecture on the final victor, but Liqia as the Dark Hand had absolute confidence. Of course, this would mean that the disaster would come early. Chapter 1537. After Liqia's comment, Hallowed became quiet. He has personally trained 2 sea gods before, so he knew more compared to others. Alas, he preferred to not talk about certain topics. However, it was different for a character of Liqia's level. After a long time he said quietly, Your Excellency, there's no dodging this disaster? No. Liqia chuckled. You know full well that it is inevitable and is coming even faster than your imagination. The ancestor's heart sank after hearing this. He was only holding on to a sliver of hope that the disaster might not come. But Liqia was the speaker now and destroyed his last hope. He knew that relying on this minuscule chance was simply daydreaming, not realistic at all. The confirmation coming from anyone else, even a sea god, could be wrong. But this time, it came from the eternal Dark Hand. Thus, it was absolute with no room for error. Liqia gazed far away and said slowly, The chance is very low in this generation, but it shall come in the next with an unprecedented swiftness. Next generation? Hallowed shuddered. In fact, he has not prepared well enough. Neither did his sect. As you can see, when I controlled the Divine Tree Ridge, there was no reaction from Heaven's Spirit. The Bone Sea and the ridge itself didn't retaliate. Reviving the tree back to its peak form was a direct provocation towards them, but they didn't do anything. He explained. Hallowed was aghast after realizing something. They're accumulating more power, biding for the right time. That's right. Liqia replied. As the saying goes, one must endure the trivial things in order to carry out the grand scheme. They chose to keep quiet against my challenge because they are waiting instead of ruining their eternal plan from a momentary lapse of judgment. Hallowed began to panic. This disaster was coming too fast while his pavilion wasn't completely ready. How could the eggs be safe when the nest is broken? When that day comes, their pavilion won't be able to escape the same fate either. Hallowed pondered for a bit before asking, Your Excellency, if you participate, how will the war go? What do you mean? Fighting against the Bone Sea? He chuckled and said leisurely, Well, yes. The old man smiled wryly and stared surreptitiously at the sky again. With my state 2 days ago when I control the Divine Tree Ridge at its highest power and with all of my methods, so what if the Bone Sea wants to fight? As long as the ridge itself doesn't interfere, I'll show the Bone Sea what a real heavy price is. He grinned and continued, If I truly want to go to war, as long as I have enough time and not caring about the cost, I'll make the 2 of them submit right there. His gaze turned cold after this declaration. But you sea demons, treants, and even the charming spirits, are you worth my paying an immeasurable price? He glanced over at the ancestor. If this was me in the past, I wouldn't look twice even if you sea demons are slaughtered and would give no shit to the death of the charming spirit race. Hallowed understood his intention. After all, The guy was a human. Moreover, even if humans were to stand in his way, the eternal dark hand would slay them mercilessly anyway. A human like him wouldn't care about the well-being of the sea demons. Moreover, this was a race who has opposed him repeatedly. To be frank, it would be a kind gesture from him to not applaud and cheer during their destruction. The Bone Sea and the Divine Tree Ridge are indeed capable of causing the 9 heavens and 10 earths to tremble. Even emperors can't do anything to them. But they have been very smart all of this time to never provoke me. Li Qie smiled faintly. They aren't your enemies, Your Excellency. According to the rumors, you have a grand goal at the end of the world. The old man hesitated before finally revealing what was on his mind. Deep Blue Sea God must have told you. If I'm not mistaken, he has asked emperors about the matters above the 9 heavens. Li Qie replied amusingly. Yes. Hallowed nodded his head. Li Qie paused for a bit before accepting. That's right, the end of the world awaits me since I shall wage my war there. Of course, he has left behind hidden plans. He didn't wish to use them because they are meant for the final war. Even when the Black Dragon King suggested that he use them on the immortal demon grotto, he still refused. In his eyes, the grotto wasn't his goal, at least not the ultimate one. There were many methods to deal with the grotto as long as he wanted to. However, there was only one way to take care of what lies at the end of the world. Fighting to the very end. Once the war started, there was no turning back and he would only have one chance as well. Hallowed didn't blame Li Qie. After all, the 3 races' fate, as well as Heaven's spirit, had nothing to do with him. However, all of you still have a chance. Li Qie smiled. Look, I am here to talk to your prime sea god. I shall make an exception this time and give the charming spirit a treasure. The charming spirit? Hallowed was surprised. Li Qie looked at him and said, Who if not the charming spirit, you sea demons? What do you think carries a higher worth, the maelstrom or the Bone Sea? The maelstrom. He inadvertently blurted. Despite being a sea demon, he knew more after listening to the sea gods. If I was a betting man, I would bet on the charming spirit as well. Hallowed smiled wryly after his wits returned. The rest is up to the Divine Tree Ridge. If it is willing to break the balance and be on the same side as the maelstrom, then the disaster will end early. But if not, then there is still a 60 to 70% chance of Heaven's spirit surviving. This is all I can do for this world. He smiled faintly. He then stared over towards Godholt. After making such a big commotion and even controlling the tree itself, there was no reaction from the ridge itself. This made his plan fail since he simply wanted to talk with it. After hearing him, Hallowed became jolted and quickly prostrated again and bowed his head fiercely. Your Excellency, you are the savior of our world, of our sea demon race, of all existences. If we could help you in any way with our little power, we are willing to jump into the fire. The ancestor was ecstatic and grateful. The world might not know that their destiny could possibly be changed with a single thought from Li Qie. He knew that this could save the entire world, allowing them to survive this disaster. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him a world savior. However, Li Qie, who has brought dawn to Heaven's spirit, never called himself a savior. His action wasn't predicated on seeking a repayment from the inhabitants of this world. This action was quite benevolent and altruistic in the ancestor's opinion. Rise. I am no savior. I am only lending a hand this time, not for the races or Heaven's spirit itself, only because of a few people. Li Qie answered emotionlessly. Though he didn't take the credit and acted indifferently, the ancestor still had infinite gratitude and continued to bow his head. He knew that an eternal existence like Li Qie didn't need the world to repay him. Take me to the Shadow Council. Li Qie spoke after the ancestor stood up. It is time for me to speak to Prime's group. Chapter 1538. There was an extremely hidden area of the pavilion with many sealing laws and empowerments. This made it impregnable like a fortress. Moreover, all of these spells came from sea gods and not just 3 or 5 of them. Few disciples knew about this place. For example, ordinary ancestors weren't qualified to be aware of this place. Furthermore, because it was classified as a top-secret location, only Hallowed was allowed to enter. Even the 7 martial goddess who knew the 7 styles didn't have this privilege. Only by becoming a sea god would she be granted entry and be privy to the true secrets in this place. This practice wasn't because Hallowed was selfish, but it was due to the grave importance of this matter relating to the life and death of the pavilion, or even all of the sea demons. Once someone else caught wind of it, the consequence would be unimaginable, so Hallowed was very cautious about it. After taking Lichia here, he stood outside and told the guy, "Your Excellency, I can only bring you here and have no say in the actual negotiation itself." Even though he was the only person who knew about this secret in the present era, he wasn't qualified to interfere. Only sea gods and above could talk and discuss it. "I know I'll be fine alone." Lichia chuckled and leisurely strolled into the area. With the first step, a buzz came about with a flashing light. He disappeared in the next moment without a trace. This type of disappearance didn't look like a teleportation at all. In the next second, he appeared in an exceedingly mysterious area. No one could spy or enter without permission. Its coordinates were cryptic as well, unbeknownst to outsiders. One would find a river of twinkling stars in the sky. It looked quite beautiful, as if jewels were embedded up above. There were also strange gravels everywhere to make up the river on top of astral vortexes. A platform floated in this space with a round table. There were shades sitting there with their aura converged. However, their style and posture alone showed that when these shades were still in the world, they were supreme existences capable of sweeping through the land. Lichia chuckled and said casually, "The Shadow Council, quite secretive indeed. Looks like many sea gods have joined now." The shades turned to look at him. Despite not being the true body of sea gods, their glare was still quite frightening. A 9 worlds god king would find their legs becoming soft being the center of so many eyes. However, Lichia was still as nonchalant as ever. He dragged a chair over and sat down coolly. "Your Excellency, I have been a fan of you long ago." Eventually, one of the shades spoke. His voice was imposing despite the low volume. Nevertheless, it also soothed the soul and gave a safe feeling. "Yes, it's me." Lichia looked at the shade and smiled. "It looks like there was a meeting here as well before wanting to meet me, Prime." The speaker was the Prime Sea God. Of course, his true body was no longer in this world. This was the case for all the sea gods. Nevertheless, many sea gods still participated at this Shadow Council all along. It was considered the highest secret of the sea demon race. Because of its importance, its formation and goals were carefully guarded. Not all new sea gods were eligible to learn of this secret. "We had to be cautious before knowing that it was you, Your Excellency Dark Crow. After being reported by Hallowed, we had a deliberation and True Marshal confirmed it. That's how we figured out your identity." Prime slowly explained. In fact, Hallowed couldn't decide a meeting with Prime and the Council. However, he reported the stories to them, so the Council decided to meet with Lichia. "Your Excellency, long time no see. Our real bodies aren't in the world anymore, so we can't greet you in full." Another heavyweight at the table slightly bowed towards Lichia and spoke. "I didn't think you would be interested in our council. In the past you have never intervened." Of course, this speaker was True Marshal Sea God. Lichia glanced at him and smiled while shaking his head. "No, I'm not interested in your council at all. I'm simply here to make a deal." "May I ask what kind of deal you want to make, Your Excellency?" Another shade asked. This shade resembled a bottomless ocean. He was the second sea god of the pavilion, Deep Blue. "Before talking about the deal, let us speak about the purpose of the council. If our goals don't align, then we can't come to an agreement." Lichia smiled and said. The atmosphere became serious. The sea gods present held their breath and didn't say anything. "There's no need to hide." Lichia continued carefreely. "Then I'll talk. The purpose of the Shadow Council is to deal with the Bone Sea." All eyes slightly moved after hearing this. Despite not being their real bodies, just a shift of their glare alone contained a mighty power. "We are seeking out all the possibilities so that the sea demon race can survive during the advent of the disaster," Prime solemnly said. "If you can't give me a clear answer, then we have nothing to talk about." Lichia shook his head. "If you really wish for your race to survive, then you should be beseeching me, not the other way around." The sea gods around the table exchanged glances. They were very cautious. "I can vouch for His Excellency." In the end, True Marshal broke the silence in a dignified manner. Prime took a deep breath and began. "Your Excellency, you are the eternal overlord, so I'm sure we can't hide it from you either. Yes, I created the Shadow Council with such a thought in mind. However, The original intention was only to maintain some initiatives in the ordeal. I understand, despite being sea gods and making a compromise once with the Bone Sea, all of you don't necessarily trust it. Because of this, you made some preparation before dying. Li Qie said with a smile. With that, he peered around at each sea god and continued. I'm not looking down on everyone here. If you were all alive and your real bodies were preserved until now, then yes, with everyone here, there is a chance that you might be able to oppose the Bone Sea. But the current you won't do. With your current state, how much strength can you actually exert when the time comes? The sea gods here had no response. They naturally understood this full well. He continued on, that's why there are still some methods left. I can also guess what they are, so we'll talk about that. What is your wish, Your Excellency? True Marshal spoke again. I don't want anything. Li Qie shook his head. On the contrary, I came here bearing good news and hope, a light of dawn for everyone. You mean? The group was startled after hearing this. Yes, I came with good news. But first, I'll reveal something. The disaster will come much earlier than your expectation, within 1 generation. So early? Even True Marshal was caught off guard. The sea gods looked around at each other. They have experienced countless storms and danger, but they still shuddered after hearing this. Everyone had a serious expression now. Chapter 1539. Prime's group knew more information and understood what the disaster would entail. Your Excellency, what do you mean? Are you talking about the Bone Sea, the Maelstrom, or the Divine Tree Ridge? One of the sea gods spoke. Do you still not see clearly? In your eyes, the Bone Sea is what you worry about. Moreover, the three have always maintained a state of balance, so when the disaster comes, what will happen should be clear. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. The sea gods here didn't respond, but they agreed with his comment. Then what good news do you bring us, Your Excellency? Prime took a deep breath and asked. Congratulations, everyone should be happy that I finally want to interfere with this matter with my bet on the charming spirit race, like I have said earlier. Li Qie said with a smile. The expression of the sea gods became much better. They knew just how significant the moment someone of Li Qie's level wanted to get involved. This was an eternal overlord, capable of slaughtering the ancient Ming. Your Excellency, you are the savior and guardian of the 9 worlds. True Marshal hurriedly said with excitement. Stop. Li Qie interrupted him. True Marshal, don't flatter me so fast. First, I'm not a savior or a guardian. If the world wants to give me a moniker, I feel that Butcher of the 9 worlds fits me more. Of course, I personally like the title of Dark Hand Behind the Curtain. True Marshal could only smile wryly at the humorous response. Will you declare war, Your Excellency? It was Deep Blue's turn to ask. No. Li Qie shook his head and said, 2 days ago, I actually tried to provoke them so that Heaven's spirit would be warmed up before the disaster. Unfortunately, both the Bone Sea and the Ridge ignored me. But of course, don't think that I'll be staying here to fight. You mean? Prime asked for clarification. Li Qie chuckled and said, Heaven's spirit doesn't have much to do with me, so frankly, I won't be staying here and fight for its sake. However, I have made some preparations, not because I'm merciful. It is only that there are a few people and matters worthy of me doing something. Could you be more specific in your future assistance? Deep Blue asked. Not me. Li Qie shook his head. Like I said earlier, I won't be here when the disaster comes. However, I made some plans at the Bone Sea and the Maelstrom themselves. The Maelstrom might not necessarily stand with the charming spirits. True Marshal stated his concern. Don't worry, the darkness at the bottom of the Maelstrom won't be able to do anything. Plus, I'm not betting on the ants down there anyway. Li Qie continued, if you want assurance from me, so be it. I can guarantee that when you all fight against the Bone Sea, someone who can actually withstand it in a direct confrontation will step up to the battlefield. A direct confrontation? The sea gods were shocked. They understood the meaning behind such a feat and just how powerful such an existence would be. Of course, I left behind far more than just that. He said flatly. Thus, if you wish to win the war and for Heaven's spirit to exist afterward with your sea demon descendants alive, you must pay a great price. They exchanged glances at this moment before making up their mind. Prime was the negotiator. What is your condition, Your Excellency? I don't want anything but a promise from all of you. At the start of the war, you must be on our side. Moreover, that is the time for you to sacrifice yourselves." Having said that, he became serious. This long-lasting Shadow Council must have been the place for many discussions about methods of resistance. At that time, I'm sure you will know what to do. True Marshal was next to speak. "To be perfectly candid, Your Majesty, we have indeed discussed a few methods. However, it is limited and only in theory. We have never actually carried it out. We don't know which methods are possible." "Blood detonation," Lichia slowly said. "All I can suggest is this method. This is the most direct and effective solution." Blue Sea pondered for a moment before asking, "Is that possible?" Heaven Spirit, no, all of 9 worlds, wouldn't have something like this. Lichia replied, "It's just like the immortal beasts. Do they really exist in the 9 worlds? Of course not. But this doesn't mean they don't exist, so I can guarantee that this method is the best choice." "Has it been done before?" The group was slightly tempted now. Lichia looked at them and explained, "The crucial question now is whether you are willing to pay the price for your race and Heaven Spirit. I know that you have made a deal with the Bone Sea before. But now, do you wish to work with me or the Bone Sea? Whether it is for your own sake, your descendants, or the Sea Demon race, it is your choice now." After some wordless deliberation and exchanged glances, all the sea gods solemnly nodded. Prime spoke, "Your Excellency, we can sacrifice ourselves. The truth is that I wouldn't have started the Shadow Council and they wouldn't have joined if it wasn't for our descendants and the Sea Demon race. As long as our race can survive in this disaster, we can end our transaction with the Bone Sea. However, we can't underestimate the Bone Sea at all. Even if we could carry out your proposal, I'm afraid it will still be very difficult. You know it well enough. Once it reaches that point, it will have total control." He gently sighed with the last statement. "Don't worry, since I offered a method, I will also have a way to make your blood detonation a success. Don't forget, this method of mine didn't come out of thin air. It's not in theory only," he assured them with a smile. The group became spirited after hearing this right away. Prime nodded again. "We are relieved to hear your assurance and shall promise you to work together during the decisive battle." Finally, the sea gods and Lichia have reached an agreement. Just like Lichia has said, this choice of theirs meant personal sacrifices. Prime pondered for a bit and said, "Your Excellency, I wonder if I should ask you this question or not?" "Speak." Lichia chuckled while looking at him. "I heard that you are always confident of victory because you have in your possession a few ultimate artifacts. Even emperors do not have items of this level." He spoke with uncertainty. The sea gods here stared at him with anticipation. They rarely made contact with him, so they knew nothing about him. Of course, True Marshal was the exception. However, the legends about the dark hand behind the curtain scared even emperors, let alone them. This made them quite curious about his ultimate means. Lichia smiled and said, "Certain ultimate artifacts, right? If I'm not mistaken, True Marshal must have told you." True Marshal coughed and said, "Yes, I blurted it out when discussing different resisting methods. I heard Immortal Emperor Min Ran talked about it before. He said that you still have a few extremely terrifying items, some that could destroy everything. He even went as far as to say that if they existed, only you would have them." He felt a bit awkward about it. After all, not everyone was qualified to know these secrets. The consequence would be unimaginable if this rubbed Lichia the wrong way. Chapter 1540. Lichia smiled and said after hearing True Marshal, "Min Ran really has a big mouth, but he's right." Prime and the others were shaken as they glanced at each other. Lichia took note of their expression and said, "That's right, I do have a few terrorizing items and enough resources to slay gods and emperors. This is my power. Thus, those who want to oppose me must weight their own worth first and see if they are ready to be annihilated by me." He uttered such words so casually, but when the rest of the group heard the words, slay gods and emperors, they became quite tense. As sea gods, they knew that the dark hand behind the curtain wasn't all talk. Moreover, he has done it before. "I'm sure no wise soul would oppose you, Your Excellency." True Marshal spoke. Lichia continued on, "For me, the disaster isn't much. If I am willing, I can destroy the Bone Sea and the Divine Tree Ridge due to my ample resources. The trident is amazing, right? I can easily take out 3 or 5 treasures at the same level. He paused for a moment before continuing. And yes, Immortal Emperor Min Ran is right about something else. There is one ultimate artifact in the world capable of annihilating all things. Its power is far beyond your imagination. I don't mind letting you guys know that I do have it in my possession right now. The rest was shaken again. Deep Blue had to ask, how powerful is it, exactly? I can tell you that using it to massacre an immortal emperor is too wasteful. In my eyes, even using it to kill the emperors and gods above the 9 heavens is still squandering it away. Li Qie took his time making this statement. Few people knew that he was saving these resources for the final battle. Even emperors weren't worthy of touching this particular arsenal. The sea gods felt something they haven't felt a long time before, a shuddering chill emanating through their mind. They understood that he was telling the truth. There was no reason for the ruler of the universe and the master of the 9 worlds to lie at all. So now, you all should know the wise path to take. Li Qie said flatly. In your mind, an existence like the Bone Sea is your final destination, your ultimate target. But for me, the Bone Sea and Divine Tree Ridge, as well as the rest of the burial grounds, are only part of my journey. Mountains along the way. If I'm willing to pay a great price, they'll be crushed beneath my feet. What are they compared to the end of the world? The sea gods were silent. They have only heard stories about the end of the world from a few emperors. Alas, they didn't have a chance to actually see it. Even one of the greatest sea gods, True Marshal, didn't have this opportunity, but he did hear Immortal Emperor Min Ran talk about it. Your Excellency, you can really destroy the Bone Sea? Prime became serious. It's possible, but I won't do it. Not unless it declared war against me first. Li Qie smiled. What if you destroy it? Though our true bodies are no longer in this world, we can let the sea demons serve you and give you all of our race's resources. Prime suggested. Prime, your idea isn't bad. Li Qie shook his head. But it isn't worth it for me. The deal is no good. The thing I need can't be given to me by you or the sea demon race. Plus, I don't need your allegiance. I was already the ruler of the 9 worlds. If I wanted the 9 worlds to serve me, I wouldn't need to wait till now. My resources are not meant for the Bone Sea, only for the final battle. Plus, I'm not a benevolent person. I won't try to save this world. The life and death of the sea demons and the charming spirits have nothing to do with me. The group naturally got the point. In order to get to their current position, they understood that relying on benevolence and the high heaven couldn't amount anything. Ultimately, one must talk with their fist. If one could walk this path with kindness, there would be no sea gods and immortal emperors in this world. Which of them didn't tread on countless bones? If they didn't do so, they would be the bones paving the route. In the end, this world requires all of you to save it. There is no savior in this world. Never has. At the very least, I'm not one of them. Only a butcher. Li Qie slowly said. But you have done so before. True Marshal blurted. During the darkest hours of the 9 worlds, you guarded it. Otherwise, it would be forever fell into the hands of the ancient Ming. This is your benevolence, granting salvation to the 9 worlds. Li Qie mused for a bit before replying. Yes, I have guarded this world before. However, it was because the ancient Mings were invaders in my eyes. They didn't belong to this world and they shouldn't have brought the darkness along with them. But worst of all, they shouldn't have opposed me, that's why I annihilated them. With that he spoke to the entire table. But, all of you know what the Bone Sea, Maelstrom and Divine Tree Ridge are. These are your 3 races' business, so you must be the one taking care of them. He spoke coldly. Just like the ancient Ming and their darkness, that's why our 9 worlds took care of them. During their reign, did immortals above the high heaven come to save the 9 worlds? Did the emperors and gods above come? Did the high heaven itself save the 9 worlds? No. Li Qie's eyes became deep as he continued on. To the high heaven and what lies above the 9 heavens, we are nothing, only a bunch of ants. They gave no shit about the well-being of the 9 worlds. Because of this, we had to be the one protecting and saving the 9 worlds. That's how simple it is. No savior and no guardian. The weak and insignificant existences of the 9 worlds must work for their own destiny. They must be the one fighting instead of praying for a savior. If they don't try to save themselves, why should anyone else save them? Kindness and sympathy can only go so far in saving the world. The rest is done by soldiers giving up their lives, wise sages exchanging with their blood. His words became resoundingly powerful during the speech, to which the sea gods didn't respond at all for a long time. Lichia ended with a faint smile. No savior in this world, but all of you are the brave soldiers and wise sages of the sea demon race. If your race were to be prosperous in the future, you must pay with your blood and life, not just a simple deal, whether it be with me or the Bone Sea. That's only the beginning. There's no getting out of a bigger sacrifice. It's as simple as that. Your Excellency's words have shown us the way. Prime solemnly nodded. We shall use our blood and lives in exchange for our race's future and end this disaster. I know that you will be ready. However, the world won't remember the brave soldiers and the wise sages. They will only know about an emperor, a random sea god, or even an emperor assailant. No one will remember the characters in the background. He smiled at this point. Let them be then. We don't need them to remember and worship us. True Marshal laughed freely. Behind every brilliant daughter is a great father. Lichia couldn't help but praise. True Marshal only laughed back. In the end, Lichia stood up since he has achieved his goal. It was time to leave. Your Excellency. As he was leaving, True Marshal suddenly called for him. He pondered for a bit before asking, how is Runan doing? Despite no longer being in this world, a father still worried about his daughter all the same. Chapter 1541. Lichia didn't turn back and chuckled. She's doing well and is very happy. Like father, like daughter, she is just as great as you, so you should feel proud. He left with that. He didn't tell her the truth because he spent everything to sever her bloodline back then so that she could fly away, far from heaven's spirit to the edge of the worlds. Alas, she still chose to return in the end, back to her home. After a full circle, she eventually came back to the beginning. This might not be the result True Marshal wanted, but Lichia still respected her choice. After all, she had many paths to take, including one that would make her an emperor. Nevertheless, she still came back because she loved this land and her father. Thus, she must embark on his unfinished path. He might not know of his daughter's choice, but as Lichia has said, he should feel proud of her. She has never faltered before difficult choices and chose to face them head-on, so she should be his pride. Behind every brilliant daughter is a great father. This comment was perfectly apartment. He returned to the pavilion afterward and stayed there in order to replenish Hallowed's life. Fortunately, the pavilion has prepared all the necessary alchemy ingredients for the process. This made Lichia's life much easier. During the process, many visual phenomena occurred in this sect, such as lightning waves all over the sky with rambunctious detonations as if a heavenly tribulation was descending. This terrible period lasted several days before finally dispersing. The disciples here could finally rest easy. The ancestors were ecstatic. They understood the significance behind this, a successful life replenishment of their hallowed ancestor. A character like Hallowed was too important to the pavilion. It meant that he could protect them for several more generations. Lichia has done everything he needed after this life replenishment, so it was time for him to leave. However, he met the 7 martial goddess alone before leaving. He looked at her and eventually said, in a short time, your hallowed ancestor will tell you something. This means that it won't be long until you become a sea god and the trident will show up again. Really? The goddess spoke with skepticism. The trident didn't appear in the last generation. Will it show up this time? That's the last generation. Lichia said with a smile. There was a reason for its disappearance, but it shall arrive in this one. Why are you so certain? The goddess curiously asked. The need for protection. Lichia said with a smile. This is a very critical period, so the Bone Sea requires a sea god to protect it until the next generation. Because of my provocation, both the Bone Sea and the Divine Tree Ridge feel threatened. So, if they had a sea god or a tree father, they could have one more option. Thus, I won't assume anything about a tree father, but the trident will show itself, and that is when you show your skills. Lichia said solemnly. She pondered a bit before answering. Rumor has it that the trident picks its master. I might not be chosen. Aren't you always confident? Why did you lose it all of a sudden? Lichia couldn't help but chuckle. The goddess smiled wryly back. In the past, she was indeed very confident. She even thought she could defeat Lichia before he truly showed his might and gotten to know him. After all, she has mastered the 7 styles. This was why she had immense confidence in her strength in the future. But now, she had no hope of defeating Li Chia. Her confidence was not worth mentioning. She understood that she wouldn't have the chance to challenge him in this lifetime. She has once said that she would challenge him after becoming a sea god. However, she knew that even after becoming one, it was far from enough to defeat him. Be confident in yourself. Li Chia stated. Not being able to beat me is not something to be ashamed about. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, you won't the only one who is afraid of me either. Remember, you are one of the few people in the history of the pavilion who have mastered the 7 styles. Your future will be brilliant. Your achievements could even be on the same level as the prime sea god. I understand. She took a deep breath and stood proudly with her eyes lighting up. The confident goddess has returned again. The trident will pick you. Li Chia smiled and said, even if it doesn't, no big deal, just seize it then. It's not like your pavilion hasn't done this before. Once you could wield it, you will become sea god regardless of whether it picks you or not. She solemnly nodded since Li Chia was right regarding this matter. Their pavilion has done this before. In the past, Deep Blue Sea God actually seized the trident by force. Moreover, the hallowed ancestor was still around in case she needed assistance. I have faith in you. He looked at her and said, just work hard and you'll be a sea god. The important part is whether you will be ready after becoming one. She calmly met his gaze with her own that seemed to be illuminating into his mind. After a long time she nodded. Don't worry, I'll remember you well. If I have made a choice, I shall do it without letting you down. Very good. One day, you will be a hero of the sea demon race, the greatest sea god of them all. Li Chia smiled and said while getting ready to leave. She stopped him. Young noble Li. Li Chia slowly replied. There's something else? I heard the hallowed ancestor said that you're not just leaving heaven's spirit? She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Li Chia confirmed. Yes, when I leave, it won't just be leaving heaven's spirit since I'll be off to a faraway place. Will I be able to say goodbye before you leave? She eventually stared deeply at him. Yes. Don't forget that you still owe me. In this world, anyone who owes me will have to pay in the end when the time is right. The goddess smiled and nodded solemnly. I will repay what I owe you, young noble. With that, he turned and left while she watched his departing back until he was out of sight. Finally, Li Chia and Su Yonghuang traveled towards the sky. Each of the 9 worlds had a gigantic Tao platform. It was the portal connecting all of them. However, it was sealed after the Black Dragon King tore apart the heaven's will. He was thinking of using this Tao platform to return to the mortal emperor world. However, there was someone quietly waiting for him there. It was a woman with a cold expression, Sima Yujian, who has left several days ago. Why are you here? He was surprised to see her. I was ordered to follow you, young master. She bowed after seeing. She was completely different and respectful this time around. Young master. His eyes became serious as he immediately turned around while being affixed to a certain spot in the sky. He took a step forward and instantly climbed into the nebula above. Come out. There is only one person in the world who has cultivated the god-slaying Tao to this level. He said slowly. The nebula was still silent with no one appearing. It's been so many years, Shadowless, but you are still so cautious. I chose you back then precisely because of your prudence. Li Chia didn't blame the guy for not showing up and laughed. Chapter 1542. A person appeared in the space and kneeled down after hearing Li Chia. Your Excellency, it is really you. It was a gray old man with muddled eyes just like a mortal. He wore a hemp robe and had an ordinary appearance. No one would take a second look at him in a crowd of people as if he was an old farmer. Li Chia smiled and personally helped him up. Rise, no need for formality. After being helped by Li Chia, the old man carefully stared at Li Chia with his arms shaking. Tears flowed down from his muddled eyes. Your Excellency, I didn't think I could see you one last time. He emotionally grabbed Li Chia's hands. I also didn't think I could see you again. After the Night Corps disbanded and the elders went their separate ways, I never heard anything from you guys again. Li Chia also became sentimental. The old man was shadowless. Not only did he have an ordinary appearance, no one knew his name either. In fact, Li Qie was the only one who would refer to him as shadowless in this world. But who would have thought that this ordinary old man was a terrifying existence during the ancient Ming era? Even that ferocious race shuddered when talking about shadowless. He was the leader of the god-slaying Night Corps, an assassin under the banner of the Dark Crow, a devil in the guise of the night. He directly reported to Li Qie while being the supreme leader of his corps. He carried out Li Qie's will, including training and maintaining the orders and rules of the corps. Of course, assassination was included. As long as Li Qie wanted to kill a big shot from the ancient Ming, Shadowless would bring the guy's head to Li Qie. After the end of that era, his mission was complete and the corps disbanded. From then on, all the assassins disappeared along with Shadowless into the sea of people. We have done our job. The 9 worlds no longer need the god-slaying Night Corps. Shadowless quietly said. Seeing you again, Your Excellency, after so many years of being buried is making me emotional, just like seeing my family again. He was an orphan taken in by the Dark Crow and was taught the god-slaying Tao. This resulted in his supreme achievements, allowing him to work as a harbinger of light for the 9 worlds. It's been so long but none of you have shown up again. Li Qie lamented. The Night Corps was his capable assistance during the darkest time of the world. Though its inhabitants didn't know of their merits, each assassin in the corps had an indelible contribution in bringing about the Emperor's era. Unfortunately, Li Qie never met them again after the disbandment. It was because their missions have been finished. After experiencing the murky and perilous hell, they deserved peace and rest. This was why Li Qie didn't try to find them. Our brothers have disappeared in the river of time. Only my old bones are left now. Shadowless found himself unbecoming of an assassin due to his current rampaging emotions. I have mistreated all of you who should be basking in all the glory and fame. Li Qie gently sighed. Your Excellency, you have never chased after vanity and fame, so why should we? Shadowless replied. You have blocked the tides and saved the 9 worlds. The world didn't create memorials for you and never praised your grand deeds. But all of that is nothing compared to the price you have paid. I know, but part of the glory should have been yours. Li Qie said. To be able to contribute under your banner and being part of the Night Corps is our glory. Shadowless said solemnly. Our sacred mission of restoring the 9 worlds is our ultimate glory. Without your will, the 9 worlds would still be lost in darkness. Even if we were still living as ordinary people, how could we enjoy a peaceful time? Let's not talk about the past. In the end, Li Qie sighed again and gently fixed Shadowless' gray hair. Back when he saw Shadowless for the first time, the guy was only a child with a childish yet unyielding nature. But now, he was a decrepit old man on the verge of death. Shadowless nodded while holding on to Li Qie's hand. I saw Yujin this time in Heaven Spirit, so I knew right away that the god-slaying Tao still exist. I was happy and satisfied after seeing her. He said. Shadowless explained. The current generation doesn't need the Night Corps anymore. It's just that the juniors want to pass on the Tao, so they accepted the kid, not wanting for the Tao to end with them. Yujin is quite talented and her personality fits the god-slaying Tao. It is indeed a good choice for her to pass it down. Li Qie agreed. Your Excellency. Shadowless opened his mouth but hesitated. You have followed me for a lifetime. There's nothing you can't say. Li Qie said. If you are afraid of me, who else in this world still dare to talk to me? I want Yujin to go with you. Shadowless said seriously. Li Qie replied wryly. You should and do know that I will be stepping on bones and bathing in blood. There's no denying that the god-slaying Tao requires blood for mastery, but following me isn't a good thing. The future will be merciless. My enemies are emperors and gods as well as the end of the world. An assassin following me won't have a good ending. He became very earnest after saying this. I know. Shadowless nodded gravely. Li Qie continued on. You should know that when I let the Corps go back then, I hoped that everyone could spend the rest of their days peacefully. No need to wake up to an overwhelming darkness, no need to lose sleep over murders, no need to rest with your blades, no need to loom in the darkness of the enemy's camp. After the end of the ancient Ming era, all of you are more qualified than anyone else to earn some peace. That's why I didn't bother anyone, not wishing to tie you to my chariots again and the eventual restless wars. Both you and your descendants deserve solace. I understand your feelings. Shadowless said, because of that, our descendants can't follow and work for you. However, Yujin was able to meet you by chance. This is a type of fate just like when I met you back then. I know. Li Chia had to smile in the end. Since you have put it that way, I have to let her stay by my side then. It looks like the god-slaying Tao will have to find another successor. Shadowless smiled back. No one will be more suitable than her. In the future above the 9 heavens, she'll make the Tao shine. Its name will resound across the 13 continents. Your ambition is quite grand. Li Chia chuckled. I'll promise you, I'll take her above the 9 heavens. As long as she puts in the effort, the god-slaying Tao will be famous throughout the 13 continents. An old man like Shadowless was laughing like a child at this moment due to overwhelming excitement. He was no longer an assassin, only an ordinary child. The two of them laughed for a while until they got tired. Go, it's time for me to leave too. No need to see me off, you're too old now. Take better care of yourself. Li Chia told Shadowless. Your Excellency. Shadowless had trouble expressing himself again. Speak. Li Chia replied. I was only an orphan back then, straying across the wildlands like a dog, victim to the harsh weathers and fear. I didn't know when I would be able to find a home. You gave me food and shelter, peace, and a home. Though the training at the Corps was the toughest, not to mention the life and death examinations, the Corps was our home, our big family. We never gave up on each other and you never gave up on us. As we trod through the darkness, you have always managed to guide us back. You were quite harsh on us, but everyone knew that as long as you were around, we still had hope and our big family would never collapse. Chapter 1543. At this particular point, Shadowless lowered his head and spoke softly. You have always been a strict father to us, but we are assassins, we have our mission. Li Chia became a bit sad before eventually say, I know. You may kneel. I shall allow this since we might not be able to meet again after this. It would be a separation between heavens and men after this goodbye, so Li Chia agreed. Thump. Shadowless immediately kneeled solemnly there and bowed his head 3 times. Father. Li Chia's mind shuddered a bit as he closed his eyes and accepted the grand gesture from Shadowless. Before Shadowless knew it, his eyes were already wet. He also knew that this would be the last time in his life when he could call Li Chia's father. Finally, his body flashed into nothingness. For him, the hardest thing in life was saying goodbye. After a long time, Li Chia also opened his eyes that were glistening as well. Even his numb heart shuddered a bit. In the past, when he started the God-slaying Corps, Shadowless Group was only a group of teenage orphans with no home. He took them in and trained them under the harshest regiment for the highest effect. This was him being responsible for their lives. Otherwise, they could have died at any time during the war. Under his guidance, the innocent children became remarkable killers and eventually, white-haired old men. During the retirement of the Corps, he has personally sent them off. He was the one who turned children into assassins, so he needed to send them away from war. In his mind, he hoped that they could find peace and rest for the remainder of their lives. Because of this, he didn't try to find them at all lest he would disturb their serenity. Today, he met Shadowless again. The child was on the verge of death now. He felt his emotionless heart quivering when saying goodbye to Shadowless again. It was as if he was saying farewell to a junior, to his own son. In the future, they would all be buried in the soil. He finally sighed and his calm gaze returned. He was now his old self, shrouded in indifference again. He was once again the Dark Crow. No need for emotions and sorrow. The Grand Tao was long and he needed to continue on. He went back to the Tao platform where Su Yonghuang and Sima Yujian were waiting for him. He looked at Yujian and said, Do you need to say goodbye to anyone? If so, then go or there won't be a chance later. Her eyes slightly batted as she stared towards the horizon. In the end, she took a deep breath and said, I have said my goodbyes and am ready for this. She knew that she was about to leave Heaven's spirit completely, so she had made ample preparation. Very well. He continued, From now on, you will stay by my side. The world in the future will be vast and cruel. Just a single thought could determine life and death. Because of this, your fortune and achievements in the future will rely on your own effort. I can only show you the way. I understand. She nodded solemnly. Though she didn't know what Li Chia had to do with her god-slaying Corps, her ancestor has entrusted her to him. So from now on, she would give him her all. All right. Li Chia told Su Yonghuang. I'm opening the Tao portal to bring the two of you to the Grand Middle Territory. You take her to the cleansing incense ancient sect. What about you? Su Yonghuang was surprised. He responded, I need to go to the Grand Sea to personally end a few things. Plus, I still have some items there. Su Yonghuang wondered why he had some items in that region. His only connection to the Grand Sea was Z queening. However, she wouldn't pry needlessly, so she nodded. Yes, I'll let the others know too. Whoosh! He opened the portal and locked onto the coordinates before telling the two. Get ready. Once you arrive, keep on cultivating hard. The two nodded their head and entered the portal. The 9 worlds were sealed, so these portals were not connected at all. It was exceedingly difficult to travel between worlds under these circumstances. An ordinary God King wouldn't be able to do it with their own strength. Some could do so, but an unstable Dao portal had many uncertainties and risks. However, it was too easy for Li Qie since he cultivated the space scripture. After sending the 2 girls away, he changed the coordinates and also stepped into the portal for the Grand Sea. The Northern Grand Sea was one of the 5 domains in the mortal Emperor world. It was vast and extremely prosperous. The place was indeed full of oceans of an incalculable size. However, it was different from Heaven's Spirit. There were many islands in this place and they formed chains together on top of the many continents. The continents floated on this ocean like eternally unsinkable ships. While standing in the sky of this place, the islands and continents scattered like jewels and gems. Its beauty was beyond description and made people forget their way back home. After entering this region, Li Qie was full of thoughts with memories emerging. He came this time to end a few things. In fact, to be more specific, he came to collect some debts and eliminate a few people from this world. Most importantly, there were a few extremely important items he needed to take. One of them could decide the outcome of the ultimate war in the future. He left a great number of treasures in this place. His largest treasury, in fact. People would never be able to squander the number of resources in this treasury for many lifetimes. The resources were accumulated by him in preparation for the apocalypse. The treasures within were heaven-defying. Even emperors would crave them, but of course, none of them would dare to have any thoughts about it. They knew who this treasury belonged to. However, there was one unrepentant soul who has always been eyeing this treasury. His name was Gu Zun. For Li Qie, he could eradicate the guy easily regardless of how strong he was. In fact, he didn't even need to do it himself. If it wasn't for the Black Dragon King's beseech moving Li Qie, Gu Zun would have been removed from this world long ago. Though Gu Zun claimed to be reformed and has changed his heart to become a good person, Li Qie knew full well that a dog would never stop eating shit. He only acted in this manner back then to win the Black Dragon King's sympathy and would never actually give up. Of course, both Li Qie and the Dragon King knew that Gu Zun wouldn't change even in face of death. Alas, the king promised someone, which was why Gu Zun could live till now. Otherwise, he would have personally crippled him and forced him to be immortal. In Li Qie's eyes, Gu Zun was only an ant. It didn't matter whether the guy was repenting or not. If Gu Zun continued to be a fool standing on his path, he would crush him like an ant. Though he didn't want to massacre the Heaven Suppression City, he wouldn't show any mercy if it had to be done, even if it meant slaughtering the city. Thus, for this trip to the Grand Sea, blood was on his mind. Chapter 1544. A clean, ocean breeze made Li Qie take a deep breath and felt quite refreshed. Despite their aquatic nature, Heaven's Spirit and the Grand Sea were distinctly different. Heaven's Spirit was a marsh full of abundant moisture or a grand mist with the smell of the ocean. The Grand Sea, on the other hand, had a pure and refreshing aura with a slight fragrance of soil and vegetation. Li Qie landed on a series of islands. The large ones were 10,000s of miles while the small ones were around 100-mile wide. These islands chained together like a long bridge spanning a vast distance. They actually surrounded a great continent stretching for 1,000,000 miles. It was a giant ship that would never sink. Li Qie stepped on this continent and took his time strolling through it. The evolution of the races is one of the most profound questions across time. A few evolutions have far exceeded linear expectation. A creature crawling out of the deep sea, there's too many secrets behind it. Li Qie commented with a tinge of emotions. He eventually came to an old city and looked up to see the words, renowned. Renowned was a bustling city under the control of influential clans. Most properties were owned by them. He stepped among the loud streets with the waves of people. He enjoyed this rare experience of mortal life. I still like the Mortal Emperor world the most. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. Mortal Emperor gave such a different aura than Heaven's Spirit. Though the latter was outstanding, it gave a suffocating feeling after staying there for too long, as if a shadow was looming overhead. Finally, he leisurely entered an inn and sat by the window before calling for several breakfast meals with some warm wine. He drank and ate his breakfast while watching the crowd. There was an indescribable sense of enjoyment to just waste away the day with a smile. He didn't come here randomly since there was an item that he wanted. This trip was meant to gather several weapons that he hasn't touched before. However, since he was planning to leave the 9 worlds to go all out, he must bring his ace cards with him. True Marshal has heard from Immortal Emperor Min Ran before. Li Qie indeed had some terrifying items and weapons. Moreover, there was a world-destroying artifact that could render the gods and emperors to ashes in an instant. Such an item truly existed. More importantly, it has fallen into his possession after he paid a great price. As the saying goes, a wily rabbit has 3 nests. For Li Qie, the Grand Sea was one of them. He hid many things in this place, including 2 weapons. He was ready to bring these weapons along for the final battle in the future. Victory shall be decided with 1 blow, since there won't be another chance. He took his time sipping his wine and watched the pedestrians outside. Meanwhile, the guests in the inn were chatting it up about everything. Normally, these conversations wouldn't interest him since they were completely insignificant. But at this moment, he enjoyed listening in. It reminded him of Jian Wenxin's phrase, "The heavens is too unreachable." There is nothing bad about being a trapped ant in this world. He smiled wryly after thinking about this. Unfortunately, he can't do it. He was a rebellious ant that wanted to trample on an elephant. Children everywhere and prosperity. If he wanted this, he could still experience such happy days. Alas, this was not his true pursuit. Nothing in this world could stop him from treading forward. He dispelled his thoughts and everything disappeared with a single smile. Thump, thump, thump. Busy and light footsteps came about. 2 people entered the inn, 1 old and 1 young, like a mother and daughter. They entered the top floor and quietly sat by a remote corner and ordered a few dishes. Li Qie glanced over and found that the woman was more than 30 but still looked quite young. She wore a simple hemp dress with an embroidered flower and no makeup. The dress was quite big with a hood. She wore it all the way down as if wanting to hide her face. These factors didn't hide her beauty at all due to her charming eyes and defined brows. It was an amorous and flirtatious look. On top of her finely sculpted features, her figure was also incredible. The dress couldn't hide her curves, full breasts, and rounded hips. Her feminine charm was as clear as day. This was a mature and juicy grape that made others can't help but want to pluck it down for a bite. She was very cautious. After sitting down with a sweeping glance, she immediately lowered her hood even more. On the contrary, her daughter was a lot bolder. She was around 6 or 7 with a pair of big and round eyes, full of spirit and life. Her fair skin and already apparent features made it clear that she would grow up to be a beauty. The girl curiously looked around as if she rarely came to such a fun area. Everything seemed new to her. She also saw Li Qie looking at them, but she wasn't afraid of strangers at all. She even glared at him and raised her tiny fist. Her mother immediately pulled her back and gave her a mean stare. This was a nervous and vigilant woman. At this time, more noise came from the outside from horses and carriages. The inn was surrounded in a short time. What's going on? The guests looked around after hearing the commotion. It's people from the Unren clan. The guests were alarmed after seeing the troops outside. The woman sitting in the corner was alarmed as well and pulled her daughter behind her for concealment. Thump, thump, thump. Vigorous footsteps resounded with dozens of people coming to the top floor. They all wore silk robes with a young man leading the way. He wore a dazzling robe and looked quite handsome and gallant. His eyes were quite clear with a smile as bright as the sun. This made him look quite approachable. Young noble, what's going on? Did my little inn offend you in any way? The shopkeeper was quite tense and hurriedly asked. No, this has nothing to do with your inn. The youth looked around and saw the woman. He then told everyone, Gentlemen, the Unren clan has to take care of personal business. Please leave for now. It's my treat today. Having said that, he handed a gold ingot to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was happy right away and didn't dare to object. The guests also withdrew one after another without lingering around. Unren Genshur was the oldest male from the Unren clan. This was the ruling clan of renown, so everyone gave the clan and its oldest son some face. In a short time, there was only Li Qia and the mother-daughter duo left. The inn became quiet instantly. Li Qia acted as if nothing has happened and continued to eat and drink while watching people walking through the street. "Hey brother, it's my treat today. Please take your leave." Unren Genshur noticed Li Qia and asked. Chapter 1545. Li Qia slowly turned around to look at Unren Genshur and chuckled. "I don't need you to treat me since not just anyone is qualified to do so." Having said that, he casually threw a refined jade piece on the table as the payment. The shopkeeper was salivating after seeing the refined jade, but he didn't dare to get it since Unren Genshur was still around. Genshur's followers' expressions sank after hearing this. Some experts wanted to step up but were stopped by Genshur. He stared at Li Qia for a moment and raised his brows. He couldn't see through this man ahead at all. The guy looked very ordinary but was completely unperturbed in the face of danger. "Excuse us then." He cupped his fists and said, not wanting to provoke Li Qia. He headed towards the corner and told the woman, "Lil sis, come back with me. Father has ordered to bring you back." The woman lowered her head without saying anything. She was holding onto her sleeves under the table, seemingly thinking about breaking through the containment to run. "Sis, you know that you have no chance of escaping." Genshur spoke gravely. "If you're not thinking for your own sake, at least think about your child." He gently signed as his eyes fell upon the little girl behind her. The woman didn't respond, but she clearly hesitated for a moment. After a long time she finally looked at him. "Eldest brother, let me go out of consideration for sibling love and our time together." Genshur sighed again and shook his head. "Sis, you know that this isn't up to me. The Dongfang clan wants an answer and father won't let this go either unless you name that person. But I can guarantee you about you and your child's safety. That's all I can do." She pinched her sleeves again before answering. "I won't return and won't go to the Dongfang clan either. That's already a thing of the past." It is indeed in the past, but someone must answer for this. The relationship between the two clans isn't a joke. "Sis, must you force my hand?" Genshur said sternly. She was dazed at this moment and didn't know what to do. "Invite the miss home. Do not hurt her," Genshur ordered. At this time, the 10 experts behind him slowly stood up. The leader cupped his fists towards the woman. "Miss, please forgive us for our action." In the blink of an eye, the 10 experts surrounded the mother and daughter. There was no way for them to escape. "Don't hurt my mother." The daughter stepped in front and shouted. "Don't worry, we won't hurt your mother, but the two of you need to come back with us." Unren Genshur slowly told the girl. "You're a bad person. You're all bad," she shouted at Genshur. Genshur was startled for a moment before smiling and didn't really mind her. At this time, the experts slowly headed for the two of them. The woman pulled her daughter back behind her, but she was stuck in a hard situation. At this key moment, the little girl hiding behind looked around for a bit before her eyes flashed and shouted at Li Qia. "Papa, quick, help mommy." Ugh! Li Qia froze a bit while sipping his wine and almost spat some out. He turned around to look at the girl. The woman was also momentarily stunned. At this time, gazes swept by. All the experts surrounding the two women turned towards Li Qia with an unfriendly expression as if they were looking at a prey. Some were even in the motion of walking over to trap him. "This has nothing to do with him." The woman was alarmed and quickly cried out. She wanted to absolve Li Qia of any involvement, but this only made it worse. In a short time, the experts glaring at Li Qia had an even more fierce gaze and were surrounding him. "Brother, this is a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with him," the woman hurriedly told Genshur. Genshur was surprised initially before smiling wryly and looking at Li Qia. "I want to hear an explanation from the gentleman." "Papa." The daughter came out of nowhere and latched onto Li Qia's thigh while pointing at the experts. "Beat down these bad guys, all of them." The woman grimaced and shouted again. "Why you stop messing around, come back." "No, I won't." The naughty girl hollered back. "Papa is unstoppable and can take down these bad guys in just 3 or 5 moves." The woman was speechless after hearing this despite wanting to correct this weird situation. Papa, you're the strongest in this world. Take them down already. The girl looked like a bully right now, as if Xueqi was really about to give the experts a beating. Xueqi couldn't help but smile while looking at the slyness evident in the girl's eyes. You are wrong. Even if I was your father, I would be a defenseless scholar, not the strongest in the world. Having said that, he raised both hands and smiled amicably at the experts. Gentlemen, we're all educated people here that use their words instead of fists. Let's take our time talking. I rely on my handsome face to eat, so please. Don't hit the face or I'll go hungry. The girl glared at Xueqi after not getting her imagined result and scoffed. Coward. Xueqi didn't mind at all and smirked. I've never been courageous before because the bold always die relatively early. I'm still so young and don't want to go down the grave so soon. You. She stared at him for half a day but couldn't say anything. The girl was a bit cunning, but the disparity was too great compared to Xueqi. Plus, he only wanted to tease her. If you are my brother-in-law, then you should visit our clan. A groom should see your in-laws. Wonren Gensher said slowly. No, brother, he's an outsider. This is all a misunderstanding. The child was only speaking nonsense. The woman became anxious and spoke loudly. Gensher's eyes remained fixated at Xueqi. I want to hear him say that this is a misunderstanding or not. The girl also looked up at Xueqi. Despite her naughty nature, her bright eyes were calling for hope. Xueqi noticed this and chuckled. Then I'll visit the Wonren clan for a bit. Being a guest isn't bad at all. Plus, everything can be solved with words. I'm a scholar who isn't very good at other things, but I'm sure I can reason any problems just fine. The girl smiled after hearing this. You don't know what you're involving yourself in. The woman urgently spoke. Xueqi cheerfully smiled. I might not be sure, but as the adage goes, as long as reason is on your side, you can travel all around the world. I'm a reasonable person, so there's no place I can't go. I'm certain that the Wonren clan is a place that adheres to reason as well. Of course, even if they don't, I am a very persuasive person. She was completely stunned and didn't know whether this man was really stupid or pretending. She couldn't see through him at all. Really? Then we'll go back to the Wonren clan. The girl excitedly jumped up and clapped. In that case, please follow us then. Wonren Gensher said with a smile. The woman had no other choice. She couldn't break away under these circumstances, and now, a stranger has become involved as well. Without any other ideas, she had to go with the flow. Under the escort of the experts, the three of them left the inn. Of course, it was more apt to call it a forceful transport. The woman whispered to him. You don't know what kind of trouble you're getting yourself in. If you are actually capable, it's not too late to run or you'll be courting death. Chapter 1546. Xueqi smiled and leisurely answered, Courting death? No. I always reason first, and I'm confident that I can convince just about anyone. Reason. The woman still couldn't guess whether Xueqi was a master in disguise or a foolish scholar. She continued, My father doesn't reason if it stands in the way of his goals. This applies to his family members as well, let alone an outsider. Xueqi chuckled. When I reason, no one can refuse to listen. She became speechless again, having no idea what kind of guy this was. Meanwhile, the girl was not worried at all as she looked around curiously. It was as if this was her first time at Renowned. Xueqi saw this and spoke to her. Looks like she rarely came to the city. She must have grown up in a remote place? The woman stared at her daughter with eyes full of affection and love. There was a deep regret as well. She's a good seed. Further delays would only ruin her future. He said with a smile. The woman had no good response for this. The experts escorted the group forward with great caution. They kept their eyes on the group, especially the woman lest she were to run. After a long time, a huge mansion appeared. It was covered in clouds and looked very transcending in this old city. The girl's eyes turned bright and pointed at the mansion. Mom, this is Grandpa's house? The renowned mansion you talked about? The woman only sighed in response. Yes. Wonren Gensher answered instead. This is your grandpa's house, your mother's, and yours as well. She looked back at Gensher and said. Really? Grandpa is a bad guy and you are too. Watch your words. The woman scolded her right away. But it's true. She pouted indignantly. If they're not bad people, then why do they want to separate you and Papa? Only bad guys will do something like that. The woman swallowed her words after seeing her daughter's reddening eyes. Gensher didn't scold her and only smiled. It's hard to gauge good and bad when it comes to adults. When you grow up, you'll understand. A good person is good and a bad person is bad. How is it difficult? She angrily pouted. Li Qi'er enjoyed her cute appearance and rubbed her head. However, the girl full of personality shook her head in order to dodge his hand. Am I not your papa? Li Qi'er wanted to tease her again. In that case I'll be leaving then. You're a bad guy too. Her eyes became watery and acted as if she was wronged. Li Qi'er only smiled and didn't respond. Meanwhile, the woman was sighing with a dejected and sad appearance. Her pretty brows were shrouded in a gloomy air. They entered renowned and found themselves in a new world. The serene scene here immediately isolated the lively city outside. An earthly scent pervaded the mansion like the mist. A mortal would find himself thinking that this was a land of immortals. Breathing in this aura was too comfortable. Feels nice, what is this? The girl clearly reacted after entering. Gensher took note and told the woman, Sis, she's a good seed. If she were to stay here, her future will be bright. The woman continued her silent act. Li Qi'er was just smiling like always. The earthly scene and energy might seem like a transcending realm for mortals, but in his eyes, this was only a minor abode. Gensher let the rest stay outside while he came in alone. The woman quietly told Li Qi'er, before actually entering the mansion, you should escape now. This is your last chance. Why? To which he responded, getting a beautiful wife and a cute daughter on top of an influential father-in-law out of thin air, that's a good thing like a pie falling down from the sky. People would kill for this luck, so how could I refuse it? She stared at Li Qi'er, wondering about his true intention. In the end, she coldly said, you should know what kind of existence the Unren clan is. No idea. He bluntly answered. In fact, he really didn't know and didn't need to know at all. It wasn't necessary to investigate a little clan. After some time, Gensher came back and told the woman, Father wishes to see you. She took a deep breath and took the girl's arm. However, Gensher stopped her and said seriously, Sis, it's not wise to let father see her right now, that's fanning the fire. Don't worry, I'll make sure nothing happens to her. After hesitating for a bit, she eventually nodded and left the girl to enter alone. The girl wasn't afraid of people. She looked at Gensher and asked, Does Grandpa have horns and wings and a long neck like a bad guy? The experts here had black lines running through their forehead. Gensher didn't know whether to laugh or cry either. He squatted down and told the girl earnestly, Grandpa isn't a bad guy. It's just that he doesn't have a choice in some matters. If he's not a bad guy, why does he want to separate Mama and Papa? The girl hastily complained. You will understand when you grow up. Gensher rubbed her head and smiled. Your father and mother also understand his predicament. Having said that, Gensher continued. Tell your uncle, what's your father's name? The girl blinked and circled back to hold onto Li Qi'er's thigh. This is my papa. Li Qi'er said with a faint smile. It's not that easy to trick this girl. Gensher rubbed her head more and smiled wryly. A clever child, like her mother. Unfortunately, clever people sometimes do foolish things. Li Qi'er said casually. I'm tired. There must be an area for guests to rest? Gensher gave him a strange stare and was full of curiosity at his leisure attitude. This guy was acting as if this was his own home. Accommodate the young noble. Do not be impolite to our guest. Gensher told one of the experts nearby. Li Qi'er smiled casually and followed the expert without commenting. They prepared a place for him. Of course, he was separated from the mother and daughter. Despite being a guest, he wasn't that far off from being a prisoner and always had people following him. They did follow Gensher's order and didn't make it difficult for him. After settling down, he treated this place as his own home and took his time relaxing. He seemed very comfortable taking a stroll everywhere. The clan's disciples followed him but didn't stop him from wandering since they didn't see any intent on escaping from him. Not long later, Gensher came by and saw Li Qi'er in the garden. He smiled wryly at this guy appearing out of nowhere and acting as if he was the boss. Looks like you are used to this place now. I am relieved. He came forward and said with a smile. Chapter 1547. Li Chia was half lying down in the pavilion while looking at the lake before telling a disciple from the One Ring clan, "Go brew a pot of tea, pick something good." The disciple's expression shifted after hearing and seeing his attitude. They were important characters in the clan, but now, a fake son-in-law was actually treating them as servants. "Don't be unhappy." Li Chia didn't bother looking at them and said flatly, "To be able to wait on me is your fortune. Go." Their expression turned for the worst. They have seen arrogant people before, but never to this level. "Go brew some for him. I still have a good one here." Wonren Gensher's attitude was much better as he ordered these disciples. Though the annoyed disciples ignored Li Chia, they didn't dare to not listen to the elder young noble's instruction, so they went to make some tea. After they left, Gensher looked over at Li Chia and asked, "May I ask where you are from and your name?" "Last name's Li, just a wandering vagabond," Li Chia casually answered. This attitude of his was very unreasonable. Keep in mind that the Wonren clan was very influential in this region. Gensher, in particular, had a prestigious status as well. No cultivators in these parts would dare to act so pompously in front of him. He didn't become angry and replied, "Brother Li, you can't become the Wonren clan's son-in-law with these answers." Li Chia chuckled in response. "You got it wrong. I don't know and don't care to know whether I can be the Wonren's son-in-law. However, it is impossible to find someone in the 9 heavens who can become my older brother-in-law." Gensher had no words and had to take a careful look at Li Chia. He didn't know where the guy's confidence came from. In just a short time, he felt a bit uncertain. Was this ordinary man truly a hidden master, or was he just boasting? During this difficult moment, the disciples of the clan brought the tea forward. As the host, he adhered to the proper etiquette and personally poured a cup for both him and Li Chia. Li Chia didn't act reserved either and slowly raised his cup. Gensher also took a sip as well before asking, "Brother Li, the son-in-law of the Wonren clan might not necessarily enjoy wealth and riches so easily. Maybe even before they see any of that, their lives would be thrown away first." He made it clear enough as a reminder towards Li Chia. "Who says I want riches?" Li Chia smiled and shook his head. "Materialistic possessions are fleeting." This answer perplexed Gensher even more. "How much do you know about your brother-in-law?" Li Chia enjoyed the sceneries and his tea. After a long time, he casually asked Gensher without turning around, "I thought it was you, Brother Li." Gensher smiled and said, "Of course, it's not too late to deny it. Otherwise, once people made up their mind, you won't be able to escape even if you want to." "I'm a reasonable person." He took another sip. "So I hope your Wonren clan is reasonable as well. If this matter could be solved in this manner, it wouldn't be like this right now." Gensher shook his head. "Reasons won't do here. If you think you can talk it through, Brother Li, you are sorely mistaken. No, my logics have always reached people, that's what I'm best at," Li Chia emphasized. Gensher had no idea what Li Chia wanted to do. He eventually said, "Brother Li, what's your intention?" "So you think I'm not your brother-in-law? Don't tell me you know who he is." Li Chia leisurely smiled and said. Gensher's expression changed. He looked at Li Chia. "If it's someone I know, all of this wouldn't happen now." Li Chia chuckled and sipped his tea. After a while, he broke the silence. "How does your clan want to tidy up this mess?" Gensher pondered meticulously before responding while staring at Li Chia. "A great price must be paid for a few matters. Brother Li, this isn't a joke. There's nothing here for you to scheme about since you are risking your life." "You can't put it like that," Li Chia nonchalantly replied. "A beautiful wife and a smart daughter, what more can a man want? There's no need to scheme for anything else." Gensher still found this man mystifying like in the beginning. In the end, all he could say was, "I have done my part trying to convince you to this point. Brother Li, take care. Leave the heavens to decide whether this will be a disaster or a blessing for you." "No, that's up for me to decide. When I am angry, it is a disaster. When I am happy, it is a blessing," Li Chia said with a smile. Gensher didn't say anything else. He sighed and got up. As he was about to leave, Li Chia chuckled. "Your clan needs a scapegoat, right?" Gensher became slightly stiff before answering. "It's not something we can decide, not even my father. If you are really my brother-in-law, you better start praying." "What about you?" Li Chia leisurely asked. "What is your opinion on this?" Are you on your sister's side or your clan's? It's not up for me alone to decide. Jianshi shook his head. One misstep and it's all downhill. This is the current situation of our clan. I can only say that the child is innocent so I can guarantee her safety. As for other matters, I am completely powerless, same for my father. What about your sister then? Li Qie asked. Jianshi took his time thinking before answering. She's a smart woman. When she made this choice in the past, she knew what would come of this. If he was only a bit less willful and a little more rational, this wouldn't be the outcome, an impossible to clean up mess. I can't do anything to help her either. The ancestors in the clan won't just sit idly by. Having said that, he sighed and left. Li Qie continued drinking his tea with an amused and carefree smile. On the second day, the woman came with her daughter. Jianshi was with them as well. I won't disturb your family. Say what you have to say, there might not be a chance in the future. He stared with implication at Li Qie before leaving. He ordered the guards by the door to leave as well. In a short time, there was only the three of them left, but they weren't family, so the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Li Qie looked at the plump and seductive woman before asking, "What's your name?" The woman took a deep breath and bowed down. She didn't lose the elegant demeanor of a noble. "My name is Wenren Leroux. What is your name, young noble?" "Last name Li." Li Qie didn't reveal too much. His eyes then fell on the little girl. "This is my daughter. Her name is Huayu. Same last name as me." She hurriedly said. "Her mother's surname, I see." Li Qie smiled. Meanwhile, Wenren Huayu stared at Li Qie for a bit, then back at her mother before smiling cutely. "Mother, you two do look like a pair of husband and wife." "Less nonsense." Leroux instantly scolded her with her face turning red. Li Qie didn't mind and looked at the girl. "Why did you do that back in the inn?" "Are you not my father then?" She blinked and said with some slyness. "Huayu, I told you to not run your mouth. Have you not caused enough trouble yet?" Leroux's maternal sternness erupted and told her daughter to stop. But, he's kind of like Papa." Huayu pouted in response. "You always told me that Papa is an indomitable and fearless man who never panic in any situation. Plus, because he's so powerful, he can face any danger without a problem." Her eyes turned a little red at this point. Leroux didn't know what to say after seeing her daughter like that. Chapter 1548. Li Qie only smiled and patted Huayu's head after seeing her indignant expression. "Go play outside." Leroux looked at her daughter with pity and said, "I need to talk to young noble Li." She was still a little girl after all. Despite feeling wronged earlier, she immediately cheered and ran outside. She was curious about all the new things since she used to stay with her mom in a remote location. This was her first time visiting a lively city like renowned and a big clan like the Wenren. Thus, this outside world was new to her. Leroux became sad again and sighed after seeing her excited daughter zooming outside. She calmed down and told Li Qie, "Young noble Li, you can still leave now before seeing my father." "Leave? Why should I?" Li Qie sat down and calmly said. Leroux looked at him and slowly explained. "No need to pretend. We know that this is only a misunderstanding since my silly daughter dragged you into this problem. Though I can't leave, I still have a way for you to escape safely. No rush. To have a beautiful wife and cute daughter out of nowhere is a nice development, like a pie falling from the sky. It would be a shame if I don't eat it." He leisurely smiled. Leroux became angry, but she didn't know whether he was kidding or not. She took a second look at this ordinary man with an extraordinary calmness. It was as if he was a majestic mountain and nothing could move him. She had a hard time gauging his intention. Nevertheless, he didn't look like a scoundrel. It seemed that whatever he did, he would carry it out in a leisure, natural, and elegant manner. "Young noble Li, even a pie falling down from the sky might not be a good thing," she said slowly. "You are throwing your life into this mess if you keep on pretending. It's just that you have no clue what is going on." Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. "Though I don't know what is going on, I can still easily guess. This is the age-old story of a rich daughter running away from marriage." Leroux was surprised. She didn't expect him to still be so calm. There was no opening from his expression and gestures. He continued on, This is all too common, so it's easy to guess. To put it simply, your Unren clan and another clan had a marriage alliance, but you didn't wish to marry, so you ran away with your man before giving birth to a daughter. Am I right? She had no response because he was completely right. Let me guess what kind of man he is? Lichia glanced at her and smiled. Since you ran away to be with him, it shows that you love him very much. But your daughter still takes on her maternal surname instead of her father. There are 3 possible explanations for this. First, the father's name is Unren too. Second, his background is extremely humble, not worth taking his surname. Third, your clan knows who he is, so you don't want others to find out his last name. He paused for a bit at this point. However, if you dared to do this, it shows that you don't look down on him that much. In Renowned, there is no second Unren clan, so the only explanation is the third. He is someone your clan knows. Her expression shifted because he was right again. He realized this and said flatly, if it is the third choice on top of you running away and hide, it shows that your father and brother know who he is. Since you took all of this risk, it shows that you are a courageous and daring woman. Thus, how could you be afraid of your clan knowing your lover's name? Nevertheless, you chose to do so. This shows one thing clearly. This person is very important. You are trying to protect him and his position and reputation. So, if he is a strong man in a prestigious position, there's nothing wrong with him marrying someone he likes. Moreover, from what you've told your daughter, he is extraordinary and single. But the most important thing is that your daughter has never seen her father, at the very least from when she began to have memories. It shows that the 2 of you haven't been together for at least 5 years. You 2 dared to birth to a daughter, but why not stay together? One plausible explanation is that he was working hard to win the recognition of your clan so that the 2 of you could make your relationship public. He smiled and stared at the shaken woman. What kind of man would want to win your clan's recognition on top of being powerful and prestigious? Let me take a guess. It must be a disciple from your Unren clan, but his last name isn't Unren. She turned pale after hearing this. Lichia knew that his guesses were right so far and continued on. I'll keep going. Your daughter's name is Xueqi, so it's as clear as day that your lover's name has the word you in it. You gave her this name because you miss him. With that, he looked at the white flower in front of her dress and said, to add to all of these speculations, I know that there is a particular group in the Grand Sea, a branch of the dragonfish belonging to the demon race. This race is elusive due to inhabiting in the depth of the sea. It has a particular tradition. When a member of this race dies, his family, every 5 years, would wear a spectral flower to remember him. Your daughter is 7 now and you are wearing this special flower. It means that your husband came from the dragonfish branch. Moreover, he has died 5 years ago. Your appearance in Renowned means that he was buried here. You brought your daughter here to commemorate him. Furthermore, he was buried in your clan's cemetery. That's how you were spotted. You. Lurue was indeed frightened and took several steps back with her wide-open eyes staring at Lichia. Who sent you here? He got it right completely. Lichia chuckled and denied. Does someone need to send me? Rich experience, extensive knowledge, and some bold guesses. Not that hard to figure out. She looked at him as if he was a ghost and felt that there was no place to hide before his peering eyes. Under his calm eyes, she seemed to be completely naked. It took her a while before she removed her glare. This Lichia knew too much. Don't bother. He saw her eyes slightly moving and knew her intention. Trying to silence me is very unwise. If I dare to sit here, it means that I've never been afraid of you or anyone for that matter. She eventually took a deep breath and regained her wits. What do you want? What do I want? He shook his head. Why does everyone think I am plotting something? To be frank, you have nothing worth my effort. In terms of beauty, you are indeed a little pretty, but if I want women, I just need to signal and women 10 times as beautiful as you would come running to serve me. As for treasures, you don't have any worth mentioning, same with your clan. Lurue had no response. She might not be a supreme beauty, but she was definitely #1 in Renowned and enjoyed great fame. Moreover, her clan was quite prestigious, but Lichia spoke as if it was not worth a single coin. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.